Olá, bom dia, muito bom dia. Eu sou André Mesquita, eu sou o curador do Masp, também sou coordenador da equipe de mediação e programas públicos no Museu. Bem-vindos, agradeço a todos, todas e todes pela presença e por acompanharem este seminário tão importante para o Museu, que estamos realizando na data de hoje. Esse seminário, ele antecipa a exposição que o Museu fará no ano que vem sobre o artista Paul Gauguin. Essa exposição também é intitulada Gogan, o Outro e Eu. A exposição ela terá abertura no dia 28 de abril de 2023, permanecendo no Masp até 6 de agosto de 2023. A exposição Gogan, o Outro e Eu, tem a curadoria do Adriano Pedrosa, que é o diretor artístico do Masp, o Fernando Oliva, que é curador do Museu, e a Laura Cosendei, que é curadora assistente do Masp. Inclusive, Adriano, Fernando e Laura são os organizadores deste seminário que apresentaremos hoje. A exposição, essa exposição do Gogan, ela se insere no ciclo dedicado às histórias indígenas, que o MASP realizará em 2023, com uma série de mostras e programas públicos dedicados a esse tema. Vale lembrar que essa mostra dedicada a Paul Gauguin será a única exposição de um artista não indígena dentro deste ciclo. Assim como outras exposições que realizamos em anos anteriores, por exemplo, a de Toulouse-Lautrec, no ciclo de Histórias da Sexualidade, em 2017, é importante para o MASP poder trazer como discussão a obra de um artista europeu, propondo múltiplas leituras e problematizações, pois acreditamos que um artista como Gogan merece ser revisto a partir de outras análises e olhares. A exposição dedicada a Paul Gauguin tem como foco o trabalho produzido pelo artista na Polinésia, assim como seus autorretratos. E essa exposição ela conta com empréstimos de obras de diversos museus nos Estados Unidos e na Europa. O acervo do MASP, inclusive, conta com 2 trabalhos mais importantes realizados pelo artista que estão em acervos na América Latina. Esses trabalhos foram produzidos por Gogan durante o período tatiano, e de grande relevância para temas aqui mencionados. Lembrando que essas 2 obras ilustram a divulgação deste seminário. O seminário Gogan, o Outro e Eu, foi concebido como uma forma de introduzir algumas provocações pela obra do artista, como, por exemplo, questões relacionadas à sexualidade, gênero e androgynia, questões relacionadas às noções de primitivismo, as ideias de exótico e de trópicos, bem como a noção de apropriação cultural e a relação entre o eu e o outro. Este seminário que estamos realizando hoje, ele é muito especial para o museu, pois ele reúne estudiosos que fizeram contribuições significativas sobre esses temas mencionados nos últimos anos, com pesquisas que lançam olhares críticos e diferenciados, assim como revisões sobre a obra de Gogan. Assim, eu quero agradecer a participação de nossos palestrantes de hoje, Abigail Solomon Godot, Caroline Verkel, Irina Stotland, Fernando Oliva, Heather Waldrop, Linda Goddard, Norma Braud, Stephen Eisenman, Tamar Gabi. Todas as apresentações desse seminário irão gerar os ensaios que estarão no catálogo da exposição a ser publicado no ano que vem. Eu quero também aproveitar essa ocasião para agradecer aos organizadores desse seminário, que são os curadores da mostra Gogan, o Outro e Eu, Adriano Pedrosa, Fernando Oliva e Laura Cosendei. Quero agradecer a equipe de mediação em programas públicos pelo apoio, bem como a equipe de comunicação do MASP por toda a divulgação deste evento. Agradeço a nossa produtora Ana Cristina Souza por toda a produção deste seminário. Um agradecimento especial à equipe de tradutores e às intérpretes de Libras, que acompanham toda a nossa discussão durante este dia. Cada palestrante terá 20 minutos de apresentação neste seminário. Convido vocês a participarem do evento enviando perguntas pelo chat durante as apresentações. Lembrando também, mais uma vez, que todas as apresentações deste seminário, elas gerarão textos que estarão no catálogo a ser publicado no ano que vem. Agora eu gostaria de chamar a Laura Cosendei, que fará a mediação da primeira mesa desse seminário. Muito obrigado.
Olá, bom dia. Obrigada, André. Eu sou a Laura Cozendei, sou curadora assistente no Masp. Eu farei a mediação dessa primeira mesa do seminário, com a participação da Linda Gogan, Irina Stockland e Fernando Oliva. A programação continuará na parte da tarde, a partir das 3 horas, e teremos mais 2 mesas. E ao longo dos seminários nós vamos disponibilizar um link para o cadastro para a emissão dos certificados. O seminário está disponível em 3 links, um com áudio original de todas as falas, um com tradução simultânea para o inglês e outro com a tradução simultânea para o português. E lembrando que vocês podem também acompanhar pelo chat, colocando suas questões ao longo das apresentações. Elas serão lidas e recolhidas pela nossa equipe e trazidas ao final das 3 apresentações. Cada palestrante vai ter 20 minutos de fala e nós começaremos pela Linda Gogan. Para apresentar a Linda, ela é professora de História da Arte na Universidade de St. Andrews, na Escócia. É autora de 2 livros, Static Rivalries, Word and Image in France, e Savage Tales, The Writings of Paul Gauguin, assim como de vários ensaios sobre as relações entre arte e literatura na França, no final do século XIX e início do século XX. Ela editou um número especial do periódico Word and Image on Artist Writings, e seus ensaios sobre Gogan apareceram em catálogos de exposições, incluindo Gogan, Maker of Myths, Gogan, Criador de Mitos, e Gogan, Portraits, Retratos. Muito obrigada, Linda. Passo agora para você.
Thank you very much, Laura. Thank you, everyone. It's wonderful to be here today. Thank you for having me. I'm just sharing my screen. Okay, so the title of my talk today is Before and After the Fragmentation of the Self in Paul Gauguin's Avant et Après. In Gauguin's long manuscript of 1903, written in the final year of his life and entitled Avant et Après, Before and After, he reflects on the volume's construction. Various episodes, many reflections, a few whims have found their way into this miscellany, he says. Come, no one knows whence, converging and separating, a child's game, the figures of a kaleidoscope. Sorry, I realize I should have a different slide on my screen, and it doesn't want to move at the moment. Okay, it's moving. There we are. I think I'm in the right place now. Indeed, like much of his writing, it is a kind of patchwork. Memories of his childhood in Peru are juxtaposed with proverbs, art theory, crude anecdotes, reproduced letters and articles by himself and others, and tirades against colonial politics and the Catholic Church, all of it in no particular order. I've described elsewhere how Gauguin's self-proclaimed naivety, the idea of writing as a child's game, was very deliberate. It established a distance from the style of the professional critic, whom he dismissed as an emblem of corrupt civilization. And in writing in a way that comes across as spontaneous, he also sought to evoke the so-called primitive qualities that he projected on Tahiti itself. The tropes of innocence, spontaneity, and intuition imposed on non-Western cultures in the context of imperialism. Today, I want to consider how Gauguin's kaleidoscope analogy corresponds to the shifting authorial personae and reflections on identity that he explores in Avant et Après. As Jonathan Crary and others have shown, figures like the poet Charles Baudelaire employed the kaleidoscope as a metaphor for the visual spectacle of modern life in the 19th century, including the repetition and fragmentation characteristic of the newspaper and other expanding or newly emergent forms of mass media. Significantly for Baudelaire, the kaleidoscope and other optical toys also acted as the child's gateway to the world of art, connecting with Gauguin's idea of his manuscript as childish. What I want to do here is compare Avant et Après to two other kaleidoscopic projects. Gauguin's own satirical broadsheet, Le Sourire, or The Smile, produced in 1899 to 1900, and the idiosyncratic fashion journal La Dernière Mode, or The Latest Fashion, published by the symbolist poet Stéphane Mallarmé in 1874. Like Avant et Après, these projects are positioned at the crossroads between public and private, visual and verbal, high art and mass culture, and share a collage-like structure and an interest in invented identities, including female alter egos. Although Avant et Après is best known in English translation as Gauguin's intimate journals, the artist's own title, Before and After, gives a much better sense of its jumbled chronology. The manuscript's opening words, "This is not a book," recur at intervals throughout the volume, mocking literary convention. Memoirs, Gauguin scoffs. That means history, dates. Everything in them is interesting except the author, and one has to say who one is and where one comes from. Continuing the passage in which he compares his book to a kaleidoscope, he goes on to say that episodes in his text are alternately serious and amusing, as frivolous nature wills it. He continues, "Man," they say, "trails his double after him. One remembers one's childhood. Does one remember the future? Memory of the before, memory perhaps of the after." As this suggests, writing that resembles a kaleidoscope foregrounds shifts in tone, doubled identities, and temporal disruption. For the sake of my title, Before and After, let me tell you about something that happened in the past, he reflects at one point, as if to underscore the arbitrariness of literary structure. Finally, turning conventional order on its head, he concludes the volume with what he calls a preface. Echoing the manuscript's opening denial of its literary status, he ends by saying that he had no intention of writing a book, to quote, "that had the slightest appearance of a work of art. I wouldn't know how." As this symmetry suggests, the image of a kaleidoscope implies not just a seamless flow of information, but repetition and mirroring, a pattern of, in Gauguin's words, converging and separating fragments. This effectively describes Gauguin's approach to writing in general. Much like his well-known borrowing and repetition of motifs across different media in his visual art, he continually reiterates passages of writing, whether his own or others, across his various texts. Take this sentence in Avant et Après, for instance, which itself emphasizes borrowing and repetition. Scattered notes, without sequence like dreams, like life made up of fragments. And because others have collaborated in it, the love of beautiful things seen in your neighbor's house. The same words had already appeared earlier as the opening lines, both of Gauguin's unpublished manuscript, Diverses choses, or miscellaneous things, and in briefer form, the first words of his first full-length text, known as the Cahier pour Aline, the notebook for Aline, his daughter. In both cases, the connection between fragmentation and multiple voices, beautiful things seen in your neighbor's house, is made visible in the scrapbook-like appearance of the manuscripts, including on these pages, a torn and pasted in drawing by Van Gogh, and newspaper cuttings. Elsewhere, we see it in watercolors alongside pasted in photographs and woodcuts, drawings, transcribed poems, and newspaper fragments. Avant et après, too, is interspersed with illustrations, themselves not having any clear link to particular episodes. Here, on this page, Gogan describes sketches produced by chance and explicitly states this is not illustration. Another phrase stressing haphazard structure, the claim to be writing partly for relaxation, partly to bring together certain favorite ideas, appears in both Avant et Après and in Le Sourire, linking Gogan's supposedly intimate journals with his publicly distributed newspaper. Gogan similarly foregrounds shifts in tone and authorship in Le Sourire, subtitling his issues variously wicked newspaper, as in the example on the left, or serious newspaper, and giving to articles contrasting titles such as Serious Things or Unlikely Tales. As this blend of the frivolous and the high-minded suggests, Le Sourire was positioned between the mass cultural and the esoteric, the public and the private. Gogan produced about 25 copies of each of the 9 issues using an Edison mimeograph machine to print the text and the sketch-like illustrations, subsequently printing woodcut designs onto the sheets to form the journal's decorative mastheads. Many of these woodcuts also had a life as independent works of art or as elements of multimedia compositions, establishing a crossover between his art and his writing. While he varied the masthead woodcut design for different copies of the same issue, blurring the distinction between the unique and the multiple. This doubling is reflected in Gogan's tendency to create multiple authorial positions, employ pseudonyms, or write under different guises. In the best known instance of his use of pseudonyms, he circulated in 1886 a treatise supposedly written by a painter called Mani Vebi Zumbul Zadi. Gogan referred to the advice variously as Hindu or Arabic and located it in the year X before or after Christ, as well as in the time of Tamerlane, the 14th century Turco-Mongol conqueror. He recycled and reframed his fake treatise, describing it on different occasions as an extract from an Oriental book of crafts, or, as he introduced it in Avant et Après, as a record of a lecture to Mani's disciples, overheard in a wood in the Levant. Gogan's incarnation as an Oriental painter from the past was not the only occasion on which he wrote under a false name. In the opening issue of Le Sourire, for example, he assumed the identity of a female theatre critic. In a review of a play by a Tahitian author, he wrote, "I must confess that I am a woman, and I am always prepared to applaud when I see another woman who is bolder than I, fighting for equivalent moral freedoms to men." It is signed Paritania, Tahitian for virgin. At the base of the page, as you can see on the right, is underneath the Paritania byline is a sketch of a puppet theatre, and alongside one of customers rushing to buy Gogan's newspaper with the caption, "Hurry, hurry, let's go and find Le Sourire." In another copy of the same issue of Le Sourire, Gogan replaced the sketch of the puppet theatre with one of his monstrous androgynous alter ego, oeuvre, meaning savage in Tahitian, copied from a ceramic he made in 1894. He accompanied the oeuvre sketch with a reference to the androgynous protagonist of Honoré de Balzac's novel Seraphitus Seraphita. On this occasion, he signed the theatre review not as Paratania, but as Gogan, cementing the association of oeuvre with his self-image, as shown in this plaster relief, where he inscribed the word above his self-portrait. Paratania and oeuvre are thus equivalent alter egos or avatars that allow Gogan to try out a feminine or androgynous identity with primitive associations. Elsewhere in Le Sourire, he signed many of the articles using the crude byline tit oil, an invented word resembling a Tahitian expletive. Mostly, tit oil writes satirical attacks on the hypocrisy of colonial officials, but on a couple of occasions, Gogan brings him to life by making him the character of the piece, not simply the pseudonymous author. In Tit Oil's first incarnation, as the piece is called, he explicitly identifies himself as a Frenchman, despite the Polynesian-sounding name, who beats a group of Americans at billiards. In the second incarnation, he is a circus ringleader, and he and his wife are, he writes, also wild animals. This mock biography is another means of projecting an alternative primitive persona. Both episodes, not associated with his fictional character this time, also appear in Avant et Après. Gogan was not alone among his male contemporaries in his use of authorial avatars. Le Sourire, in that respect, resembles Stéphane Mallarmé's La Dernière Mode. Mallarmé, to whom Gogan referred several times in Avant et Après, produced 8 issues of his unconventional newspaper in 1874. Involving multiple voices, like Gogan, he featured poems and prose by his literary colleagues, alongside theatre reviews and reports on the latest fashions, all of which he wrote himself under the guise of various, mostly female pseudonyms. Addressing himself to a female readership, Mallarmé recounted the latest fashions using the monikers Marguerite de Ponty and Miss Satin, while X, evoking the title and rhyme scheme of Mallarmé's own poem, The Sonnet on X, surveyed the world of theatre and music. Like Gogan, Mallarmé also masqueraded as racialized as well as gendered others, presenting recipes with the byline, a Creole woman, or Zizi the good mulatto, while Gogan attributed a theatre review to the Tahitian Paratania, Mallarmé offered a soup recipe by Olympe Négresse, an alter ego that combines racial classification with artistic allusion, referring to and perhaps conflating Olympia and her black attendant in Manet's 1863 painting. As with Gogan's Mani, Paratania, and Tit Oil, these authorial others provided Mallarmé with a suitable voice in which to write about subjects not belonging to the sanctified masculine realm of high literature. In his essay, The Painter of Modern Life, Baudelaire referred to both kaleidoscopes and fashion for their ability to capture the present moment and, to quote, the pattern of life in all its multiplicity. Fashion is not only of the moment, it also continually repeats the past, its reiterative tendency emphasized by the increasingly mass-produced nature of the press. This led one critic in 1835 to compare the continual recycling of styles in the fashion press to a kaleidoscope in which fragments and clippings from wildly different time periods are thrown together and turned at whim, not unlike the continuous shuffling of passages in Gauguin's manuscripts, memory of the before, memory perhaps of the after. In one of La Dernière Mode's regular columns, Mallarmé, writing as X, describes a patchwork of ephemera generated on a night out. Discarded lists of dancers, concert programs, or dinner menus certainly do make for a particular kind of literature, in itself possessing the immortality of a week or two. Conjuring Baudelaire's famous characterization of modernity, as embodied in fashion, as a conjunction of the fleeting and the eternal, this description also evokes the collage-like structure of Gauguin's manuscripts and their blend of high and low. Fashion also implies the possibility of masquerade and disguise. Many scholars have shown how Gogan adopted a series of invented identities, in his self-portraits in particular, partly through changes of costume, physiognomy, and pose. In Avant et Après, too, Gogan used sartorial metaphors to suggest the way in which social identity can be shaped by costume changes. At home, I dress in a shirt, in my studio in a blouse, at night in company in evening clothes. Gauguin's propensity for role play has been seen alternatively as self-promoting or as a genuine exploration of the mutability and constructedness of identity. When he adopts the voice of a Polynesian woman or an ancient painter of imprecise Eastern origin, does this contest the distinctions between genders and races? Or is it merely a temporary flirtation with so-called exotic identities that reinforces his own normative status as a colonial white male? Perhaps neither fully one nor the other, but the similarities with the practices of contemporary writers provide another framework in which to consider the question. Mallarmé's engagement with the conventionally feminine themes of fashion and domesticity, and his use of female alter egos, challenged 19th century French codes of literary masculinity. And La Dernière Mode has been called a precursor of a modern drag performance. But it was also part of a tradition. Before him, other writers, including Balzac and Jules Barbet d'Aurevilly, also produced fashion journalism using female pseudonyms. Gogan constantly walked a line between resistance to colonialism and exploitation of its privileges. A statement like this one in Avant et Après conveys something of his insider-outsider status. If they would only let us simple colonists manage our own affairs and put what money we have into useful works, instead of maintaining all these insolent, mediocre officials, they would see then what a little colony can become. I mean, a little colony like this of the Marquesas. His position as an artist who criticizes writers, or critics, but writes himself, parallels his status as a self-styled simple colonist or civilized savage who rejects imperialism but still enjoys its privileges. He associated professional writing and criticism with civilization, characterized by a coldly linear logic and false reasoning. In contrast, he presented the artist, like the so-called primitive, as childlike and spontaneous, disregarding structure or coherent development. Authorial alter egos like Paratania and Zumbulzadi, apart from anything else, enabled him to write with the childlike authorial voice that would distinguish his writing from that of the professional critics he despised. As he puts it at the start of Avant et Après, I am not a writer. I should like to write as I paint my pictures, that is to say, following my fancy, following the moon, and finding the title long afterwards. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Linda. Lembrando a todos que vocês podem enviar perguntas para a Linda e também para todos os participantes logo após as falas, através dos links no YouTube. E agora nós vamos seguir com a apresentação da Irina Stotland. A Irina Stotland recebeu seu doutorado em História da Arte pela Bryn Mawr College, na Pensilvânia, nos Estados Unidos. Ela é especializada em arte francesa do século XIX e seus interesses de pesquisa incluem pós-impressionismo e autorretrato. Sua pesquisa sobre os autorretratos de Paul Gauguin foi publicada em Gogan's Challenge, New Perspective After Postmodernism. Atualmente, ela leciona na Montgomery College, em Maryland, nos Estados Unidos, e realiza palestras em vários museus e organizações educacionais. Muito obrigada, Irina.
Okay. Any inquiry into Paul Gauguin's symbolism inevitably leads to self-portraiture, his chosen arena for developing a personal visual vocabulary. I focus on 5 disembodied self-portraits and their iconography of transcendence and ambivalence. These works satisfy 3 criteria. They represent Gauguin as a disembodied head, they are complete self-portraits, and they convey his recognizable likeness. I suggest the holy face images that derive from the tradition of the divinely created imprints of Christ's face as one of their conceptual and formal sources. The significance of the Christian pictorial iconography to Gauguin and to his imagery of transcendence is well established. A product of a rigorous religious education, Gauguin was well versed in the Catholic symbolism and its theological tenets, such as the duality of Christ as human and divine, which is what a holy face icon conveys. In his obsessive construction of self, Gauguin establishes what Amelia Jones describes as a simultaneous embodiment and disembodiment. As a modernist genius, Gauguin needed to appear male to be placed within the patrilineage as originary, but this gendered and otherwise vulnerable body had to disappear to ensure his transcendence as disembodied and divinely inspired. The ambivalence of identity defines Gauguin's art and writings in general, but finds its most explicit visual expression in his disembodied self-portraits. By appropriating the paradoxical theological discourse of materiality and pure spirit of the holy face icon, Gauguin constructs a self that is quantifiable as likeness and transcendent as the erased body and the destabilized binaries of race and gender. Due to the second commandment, a graven representational Christian image required the negotiation of limits. The medieval iconophiles argued that the depiction of the limitless divinity was possible in the post-incarnation reality when God momentarily became human. The Acheropoieta, icons made without hands, appeared as the least controversial sacred representations. A miraculously occurring image verified the incarnation, enabled the representation of the unrepresentable, and became the prototype for all icons. The objective of the holy face images that replicated the original wondrous image was to convey a state of being in and beyond the world and a path towards a state of grace. 2 main narratives describe the genesis of the holy face. The 6th century legend tells of the king of Edessa, who was cured by the imprint of Christ's face on a cloth, and the Edessa's icons pictorial canon prescribed a centered, frontal, symmetrical, and disembodied face of Christ with a cruciform halo. Around 1300, a variation of the story recounts Saint Veronica offering a towel to Christ on the road to Golgotha, and similarly inheriting his imprint. The Veronica icon originally showed either her holding the sudarium, the towel, or the imprinted cloth alone. Both icon types were popular in France from the Middle Ages. The first akeropoietos results from a physical imprint of the divine radiance. All the iconographers thereafter are instructed to reenact the miracle. By looking at the prototype, one receives the imprint of that which he contemplates and presses it like a seal onto his matter. The production of an icon is thus divine, stamping of the soul, and human, painting the panel. The holy face image marks and makes the transition between mundane and sacred spaces and transcends both. The look of the holy face in the West gradually changed beyond its early conventions. In the 13th century, Christ's neck and shoulders were included. In the 15th century, blood and tears could be added. By this point, the iconographies of the holy face icon and St. John the Baptist's severed head had somewhat fused. Eventually, the holy face retained the centered close-up of the recognizable disembodied face of Christ, whereas a crown of thorns, a cruciform halo, and expressions of suffering were optional. In the context of Christianity, any self-knowledge stems from seeing oneself through God's eyes. The gaze of the holy face reflects a viewer in a perfecting unity with the divine by transcending the physical self. In Northern Europe, this mirroring function contributed to the development of portraiture. With his holy face of 1438, Jan van Eyck became the first to present the face of Christ as a portrait without a sudarium. Albert Dürer's self-portrait drew on Van Eyck in creating a new look for self-portraiture. Dürer's likeness referenced his materiality, but the invisibility of his labor denied it. Ostensibly, the painting's seamless illusionism created an akeropoietos. The self-portrait's transcendence and ambivalence are that of the holy face icon. Gogan, who admired Dürer, would build on the same foundation in his disembodied self-portraits. During the 19th century, the Flemish and German primitives, like Van Eyck and Dürer, were rediscovered as part of a European nostalgia. These painters, along with the artists of Byzantium and Latin West, were championed as medieval. Painter and writer Jean Fromentin famously excavated these Flemish primitives in his 1868 treatise. Writing about Van Eyck and Hans Memling, he championed them as spiritually attuned to the 19th century sensitivity. Embraced as modern by the symbolists, medievalism also became connected to primitivism by its anti-naturalist and colonialist aesthetic. French artists were increasingly influenced by what they saw as a medieval style of stylization and devotional iconography. A concurrent resurgence of popular piety included the revival of the Holy Face cult. In 1844, a Carmelite nun had a vision of Christ telling her to contemplate the wounds on my face. Gogan would later satirize the ensuing scientific study of the Shroud of Turin, a 13th century akeropoietos. The excavated traditions and taste led to a revival of the holy face format in art. The spiritual disembodied heads floated on Odilon Redon's and Émile Bernard's works, both artists influencing Gogan. Gauguin's interest in medievalism was lifelong. He mixed wax with oil as a Byzantine icon painter in his Vision After the Sermon, which also drew in the medieval stained glass and the devotional medievalizing Epinal prints. His densely illustrated writings resembled the medieval illuminated manuscripts. Some of his works directly quote Cranach and Dürer, others, like the decorated wooden box that mimics a medieval reliquary, draw on the general primitive conventions. Gauguin's 1880s close contact with Redon, Vincent van Gogh, and Bernard, all interested in medieval aesthetic, was crucial to his artistic development. Bernard was enamored with the medieval woodcuts, and his invention of Cloisonnism that drew in the medieval enamels and stained glass was quickly appropriated by Gauguin. Redon probably introduced Gauguin to the symbolist theme of a disembodied head. Van Gogh, who saw Van Eyck and Memling firsthand and enjoyed reading Fromentin, influenced Gauguin's interest in the primitive Northern European artists. Perhaps the discussions with Van Gogh led Gauguin to seek out Memling's in Bruges years later. Gauguin wrote about transcendence as his objective, specifically in connection with the Flemish primitives. I saw Memling's, what marvels! But when one sees Rubens, The Road to Materialism, everything falls apart. To achieve the desired materialization, Gogan flattens his shapes, thins his paint, and draws on the theology of the disembodied holy face icons. Gogan's formulation of the disembodied self iconography dates to his stays in Brittany. He, as Bernard, was captivated by the stone Calvaries, a lot of which include the holy face. Among such Calvaries that directly influenced Gauguin's works are the Gumilou Calvary, the Calvary of Nizon, and the Plougastel de Las Diver Calvary. Another staple of rural France, the already mentioned devotional Epinal prints, also frequently showcased the Holy Face. Drawing on these sources for the Holy Face image, Gauguin's disembodied self-portraits thematize the evolution of self towards pure spirit. They present a transitional position between the material self as likeness, at times with whiteness and masculinity, and the dematerialized self as disembodiment, at times with an appropriated blackness and/or femininity. The 1889 self-portrait with halo and snake is the earliest fully realized instance of iconography of transcendence via disembodied likeness. The centered floating spiritual head, the wooden panel, and the Christian symbolism belong to the Holy Face tradition. Defined by the attributes of his halo and apples, as on a Byzantine icon, Gauguin is both Christ and Eve, transcending gender as an androgynous being beyond all limits. The connection of self-portrait to its pendant, the portrait of Maya Dihan, further links the former to the evolving transcendence of the Holy Face. The two works hung close together in the inn at La Poule. In front and closest to Dihan is Thomas Carlyle's Sartus Resartus, with his philosophy of the world of phenomena as a fabric through which a celestial essence is rendered visible, i.e. as the Veronica's veil. Sartus Resartus was also deeply, profoundly indebted to Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, whom Carlyle idolized and Van Gogh and Gauguin admired. One of Goethe's fairy tales, Green Snake and the Beautiful Lily, 1795, which was republished in French in the 1860s, plots a transformation of a soul into an ideal being. The green snake, a personification of an evolving human soul, sacrifices itself for the beautiful lily, a being of pure spirit. The self-portrait for grounding a snake that transforms into a lily presents Gauguin as a higher being, a state achieved by sacrifice, his martyr's halo. During this time, Gauguin described his life as a Calvary, and himself as mortal, but always living in conflict with matter. To Gauguin, humanity's goal is to transcend that juxtaposition by evolving to the majesty of the Son of Man, of the Son of God, as the type of the ideal. At the end of his martyrdom, the new self will be human and divine. Gauguin's attributes, the halo, the snake, the lily, and the apples, inhabit the space of self as aspects of the identity that contains multitudes and exceeds limits. The Gothiesque evolution of self is inscribed into the format of the Holy Face icon on wood. Gauguin's likeness establishes his historical specificity, whereas the stylized shapes and the diluted paint dematerialize him into a vision. The whole conveys a dual and transcendent self. The Black Woman, 1889, is a black terracotta nude with Gauguin's head in her lap. The statuette is one of 5 instances where a figure of non-Western femininity becomes part of Gauguin's self-portraits. Such figures of racial alterity invariably function as props of Gauguin's colonialist discourse of a civilized savage duality that he adopted to neutralize the danger of his own marginalization. Gauguin's head is almost indecipherable from the black female body, which birthed his new self. One of the stems flowers into his head, the other blooms on her abdomen, and the third transmutes into an animal's tail. The process of transformation, as with the snake and lily, is foregrounded as Gauguin's disembodied head evolves beyond matter. of plants, gender, and race toward pure spirit. Formally and conceptually, the Black woman draws on the holy face. The head combines the iconographies of St. John the Baptist and Christ's holy face, a fusion of medieval Johannesschüssel. The female body is part of the holy face theology. The incarnation and the holy face icon require the materiality of Mary and the Veronica's cloth. The Black woman is also a fusion of several Christian iconographies. Unlike a Western Eve, a death with its serpent's tail, she is a Tahitian Eve with roots, or savage Eve, with roots growing back into flowers. As a new Eve, she transcends death. As a new virgin, her lamentation is a rebirth. As a new Salome, she is life-giving. And as a new Saint Veronica, she displays a new Christ, all recast as Black. Subverting the Western symbolism, Gogan presented himself as pure spirit that is incarnated by a Black woman. Among the ever-expanding multiplicity of meanings, Gogan is definitive on his oscillation between incarnation and dematerialization. Here, he stipulated his likeness and gender and eschewed specificity for disembodiment and ambivalence, white and black, and man and plant, as transformation towards transcendence. Jug in the form of the head is his most violent image of disembodiment to date. Shaping this work was Gogan witnessing Van Gogh mutilating his ear and a public beheading soon thereafter. The ceramic figures his familiar head as brutally severed, with a cut-off neck and the tracks of blood. However, the Jug's negation of all senses appears to be a different type of disembodiment. The ears are seamlessly smoothed out, the eyes are serenely closed. The pure spirit erases the body, while the blood returns its physicality. The format of the Holy Face again allows Gogan to straddle the categories of matter, likeness and blood, and spirit, absent senses, and exceed them. The painted iteration, Still Life with Self-Portrait Jug, shows Gogan as blooming, as in Black woman. Here, his head is a planter. The matter, as soil, is necessary for the incarnation, and blood is its proof. However, the disavowal of the senses and the maternal metaphor of creativity convey transcendence of the matter as body as a gendered physicality. Self-Portrait of Erie, 1894-95, is Gogan's last disembodied self-portrait. His recognizable profile is under a flower, his initials PGO, and the label of Erie, which means savage. Gogan's sketch of 1889, where he appears, he says, as wild man in Christ, and which also includes an image of Black woman, is a stylistic source for the relief. The other source is a sculpture of Oviri, that, as the sketch, also conveys a trinity of savage, martyr, mother. Gogan described Oviri as the monster who, embracing its creation, filled her generous womb with seed and fathered Seraphitus Seraphita. An Honoré de Balzac character, Seraphita was an androgynous ideal who, at the moment of death, became pure spirit and ascended. As Oviri, Seraphita is a killer of the wild wolf, a personal totem of Gogan. The non-Western figure of death, posing as a classical Venus, transcends Western cultural codes of beauty and race. The wolf cub is Gogan and Oviri's creation, his art, to which he falls a submissive martyr. In 1900, Gogan designated Oviri as his grave marker, making this non-Western female body into another image of self. His identification with Oviri is highlighted by the inclusion of both their names in the relief, referencing a Byzantine icon's reliance on text. The juxtaposition of Gogan's initials, a phallic pun, to the feminine bloom, which as the other portrait's flower symbolizes an evolved pure spirit, intensifies the masculine-feminine ambiguity. The self's aspects add up to an androgynous toll that exceeds all binaries on the sudarium of the holy face. Gogan appears bodiless and bodily recognizable, black and white, male and female, death and life. In Self-Portrait near Golgotha, 1896, Gogan's last self-portrait, he abandoned the holy face iconography. Absent the disembodied head's symbolic conveyance of duality, the self literally splits into two, an embodied dying man and his spirit. The road on which Saint Veronica toweled off Christ's face ends with crucifixion, and Gogan's white shirt becomes a burial gown. Perhaps it is an archaeopoetus in the making, a shroud of Turin, yet to bear his imprint.
Muito obrigada, Irina, pela sua contribuição. Agora nós vamos seguir com a fala do Fernando Oliva. Lembrando que vocês podem enviar perguntas e comentários tanto sobre a fala da Irina especificamente, da Linda, como de um todo nos links, no chat, no link no YouTube. E agora nós seguiremos com o Fernando Oliva, antes de trazer as perguntas. O Fernando Oliva, ele é curador no Masp, onde participou das exposições e da edição dos catálogos de Degas, Dança, Política e Sociedade, Tarsila Popular, Rubem Valentim, Construções Afroatlânticas, Maria Auxiliadora, Vida Cotidiana, Pintura e Resistência, e Histórias da Infância e Arte da França, entre outros projetos. Em 2017, ele concluiu seu doutorado em Artes Visuais pela Escola de Comunicação e Artes da Universidade de São Paulo. Muito obrigada, Fernando.
Obrigado, Laura. Bom dia a todos. Obrigado pela presença de todos aqui hoje. Antes de iniciar, eu quero especialmente agradecer a Laura Cozendei e o Matheus de Andrade Costa, da equipe de curadoria do Museu, pelo suporte à pesquisa nesse seminário e nesta fala. Agradeço também toda a equipe do Centro de Pesquisa do Masp, sempre fundamentais em qualquer projeto que envolva a documentação e a história do museu. Bom, eu vou iniciar compartilhando aqui a minha apresentação, iniciando aqui com, né, o nosso autorretrato, né? Acho que vocês estão vendo aí o autorretrato do Gogan, né, do museu. Bem, eu queria lembrar que assim, essa é uma obra única na trajetória do Gogan, um autorretrato muito especial. Ele retocou esse autorretrato diversas vezes ao longo da vida dele, né, especialmente nos últimos 7 anos, né, que foi quando ele esteve com o quadro no Tahiti, né, ele estava nessa época onde ele havia se exilado, né. Foi o único autorretrato que ele guardou em vida, né, e nos objetos que foram encontrados no ateliê dele, esse foi o único autorretrato que ele pintou, dos muitos, né, que ele pintou, como a gente acabou de ver agora na apresentação das nossas colegas. Foi feito um restauro recente no Masp, com o apoio da Fundação Getty, e nos anos 90 que revelou essas duas imagens, né, que a gente vê que estavam escondidas, né, nas laterais esquerda e direita. Essas duas imagens, as duas.
Olá, acho que estamos tendo um problema.
Estão me ouvindo? Estou com o cabo.
Agora eu estou te ouvindo, Fernando.
Voltou? Estão me ouvindo?
Sim, estou te ouvindo.
Tá bom. Então, e do lado direito, o seu lado selvagem, diabólico, né, nessa espécie de ídolo, né, tahitiano. Nunca foi identificado o que exatamente é essa imagem, né? Bom, eu queria fazer uma menção, importante fazer uma menção, nesse momento, o Vítor Segalan. O Vítor Segalan é um médico e poeta que era amigo do Gogan, ia várias vezes ao Tahiti, e ele foi lá em busca do amigo mais uma vez, mas quando ele chegou lá, ele já encontrou o amigo, ele já estava morto, né, o Gogan, e foi o Vítor Segalan que fez o inventário, né, das peças do Gogan na casa dele no Tahiti. E esse autorretrato que ele encontrou lá chamou muito a atenção, né, do Vítor Segalan, e ele chamou esse retrato de um retrato doloroso, né? Ele fez o inventário e logo depois ele participou da compra, né, do leilão, né, das peças e obras do Gogan, que foi realizado no Tahiti. Esse quadro foi comprado pelo Segalan, então, em 1904, por 15 francos, né? Para vocês terem uma comparação, foi vendido também um conjunto de garrafas vazias, que foi vendido por 20 francos, então era um valor muito baixo. Logo, o Segalan voltou para Paris, né, com essa obra e outros objetos, e uma outra obra que ele havia comprado do Gogan, que está nesse livro, que eu estou mostrando a capa para vocês, né? E lá ele vendeu essa obra para o Ambroise Vollard, né, o conhecido marchand, e ela ficou com o Vollard até 1936, né? No histórico que é conhecido até hoje, em 1951, a Galeria Nodler, de Nova York, comprou o quadro, né, do matemático francês André Vail, vendendo a seguir para o Masp em 1952. Então, é importante lembrar, o que eu queria falar, especialmente, era em qual contexto essa obra chega ao Brasil, né? Que momento que é esse, né, no começo dos anos 50, em que essa obra chega ao Brasil, né? Ainda se discutia, nessa época, ainda havia, né, uma questão muito antiga no Brasil, que era a questão da identidade nacional na arte brasileira. Esse problema que surgiu na primeira metade do XIX, com a chegada da missão francesa ao Brasil, esse grupo de artistas, professores, acadêmicos, técnicos, artesãos, né, que vem ao Brasil a pedido da corte portuguesa, né, que havia emigrado para o Brasil, né, no começo do 19 também, e essa missão francesa chega ao Brasil, é fundada uma academia imperial de belas artes, e rapidamente se coloca a questão da identidade nacional na arte brasileira, como muita gente já estudou no Brasil. Havia necessidade de se criar algo de singular, de particular. Essa arte brasileira, que não deveria ser mais, né, uma cópia, né, da arte que se produzia na Europa, especialmente na França. Então, aonde estaria essa singularidade, né, de uma arte brasileira? Obviamente, na paisagem, né, nos elementos naturais, né, na paisagem, no homem brasileiro, né, que quer que fosse, né, esse homem, né, essa mulher, né, essas figuras brasileiras, e a paisagem. Então, a gente vê, por exemplo, essa obra, vocês estão vendo aí a obra do Debré, né, que é um pintor francês, né, um pintor francês que veio junto, né, fazia parte, né, da missão francesa, e uma das obras bem emblemáticas desse momento é essa, por exemplo, Família de Botucudos em Marcha, né? A gente vê ali, né, uma típica paisagem brasileira, né, provavelmente carioca, né, com esses morros ao fundo. O Rio de Janeiro era, obviamente, a capital do país na época, e essa família de indígenas, né, brasileiros. Então, essa é uma obra típica daquele momento, né? Então, nesse contexto que também, dos anos 50, dando salto, esse problema da identidade brasileira na arte, ele se coloca, né, durante toda a segunda metade do 19, no começo do 20, e para alguns estudiosos do assunto, ela está colocada até hoje. Mas, bem, a gente não vai entrar nisso aqui hoje, obviamente, né, que é um assunto muito complexo, né, muito complicado. A gente vai resumir, então, essa questão para chegar no Masp e chegar no Gogan. O Masp foi fundado, então, no final dos anos 40, né, por esse empresário da mídia, né, o Assis Chateaubriand, que a gente vê aqui à direita nessa imagem, essa foto de 1952, e ele está aqui, né, é uma apresentação da obra do Gogan, né, o autorretrato que a gente vê ainda aí ao fundo. Essas duas figuras, o José Maria Alckmin e o Frederico Barata, um político e um crítico, isso não importa para a gente aqui, né? O casal Bardi, né, o Pietro Maria Bardi e a Lina Bobardi, já vinham fazendo visitas ao Brasil desde a segunda metade dos anos 40, eles chegam definitivamente, né, em 1947, a gente tem aí uma imagem, né, uma linda imagem, né, do Bardi e da Lina chegando a São Paulo, né, no aeroporto de Congonhas. Então o Bardi, esse jornalista e marchand, casado com a Lina Bobardi, essa arquiteta, com o patrocínio do Assis Chateaubriand, eles vão definir as bases do que seria esse museu, né? Um dos primeiros, para alguns, né? O primeiro museu de arte moderna. Não era exatamente um museu de arte moderna, mas um museu de arte moderna e atual, né? Estabelecido no Brasil, né? É nesse contexto que a obra do Gogan é adquirida. Havia um interesse do Bardi e da Lina na ideia de primitivo. Só que esse primitivo não tem nada a ver com a ideia de primitivo que se fazia no Brasil naquele momento, né? Isso vem de uma linhagem gramsciana, né? Que ambos estudavam, né? O Gramsci, e ambos trabalhavam, né? Entre Milão e Roma, né? Desde os anos 30, pelo menos, e a Lina especialmente ligada aos arquitetos racionalistas de Milão. Então, essa ideia de primitivo, em ambos, era muito singular, não tinha nada a ver com uma ideia de artesanato, de folclórico, né? Como se fazia no Brasil e em outros lugares, né? Não apenas ao sul do Equador, obviamente. Então, o tipo de exposição que estava acontecendo naquele momento, eu quero mostrar rapidamente algumas imagens para vocês aqui, para vocês entenderem esse enquadramento no qual a obra do Gogan é adquirida e chega ao acervo do museu no começo dos anos 50. Eram exposições como essa, né? Exposição de arte indígena, né? A exposição de 1949. Desculpa, não temos uma boa documentação sobre isso, infelizmente, temos poucas imagens e poucas com identificação, né? Havia um interesse também nos artistas chamados populares, né? A Lina e o Bardi já evitavam esse termo popular, eles sabiam o que isso significava, eles usavam termos que a gente tem também resgatado hoje, como artista autodidata, né? Artista visionário, artista incomum, né? E o Agostinho Batista de Freitas, que a gente vê a imagem aqui, é um desses artistas que a exposição aconteceu no mesmo ano da aquisição do autorretrato do Gogan, 1952, né? Também houve, no ano seguinte, uma exposição de arte africana, arte negra. Infelizmente, também esse autor ainda não conseguiu ser identificado pelas pesquisas, né? A gente segue trabalhando nisso. Também havia um interesse muito grande na ideia de arte dos alienados, né? Então, essa obra do José Benedito da Silva fez parte da exposição Arte dos Alienados, em 1954. A Cália Cabanas já estudou esse assunto, inclusive já publicou aqui nos nossos catálogos, né? Entre as obras que foram adquiridas nessa época está obras de, entre aspas, né, primitivos brasileiros, como José Antônio da Silva, essa obra que até hoje faz parte do nosso acervo, né? E havia, obviamente, um interesse no que era entendido como arte figurativa em oposição à arte abstrata. É nesse contexto que chega obras figurativas de artistas brasileiros e obras, né, do Renoir, do Van Gogh, e, obviamente, esse autorretrato do Gogan, e também O Pobre Pescador, a outra obra do Gogan, que faz parte do acervo do Masp. No entendimento do Bardi, do Pietro Maria Bardi, a arte figurativa se oporia a uma despolitização que seria operada pela arte abstrata. Então, por isso, né, as grandes lacunas que o museu possui em arte abstrata, inclusive arte abstrata e de fatura construtiva brasileira, o que é uma pena, porque isso era considerado algo não político, né, o apolítico, especialmente pelo Bardi. Obviamente, não teremos tempo de entrar nessa complexa questão aqui hoje. Então, eu só quero chegar nesse ponto que adquiriu-se muita arte figurativa europeia entre o final dos anos 40 e o começo dos anos 50. É nesse contexto, então, que é adquirida é adquirido o autorretrato do Gogan. Ele entra para a coleção do museu no final de 51, a data oficial é o começo de 52, né? Então, os nossos arquivos aqui localizamos a maneira como a imprensa brasileira representou, né, essa chegada. É importante lembrar que esse material foi publicado nos jornais do Assis Chateaubriand, que era esse grande magnata da mídia, né, que era o maior magnata da mídia, possuía a maior rede de jornais e revistas e depois rádio e TV naquele momento. Ele, de fato, assim, era muito poderoso, era um monopólio, né, das comunicações, e essas aquisições do museu, financiadas por famílias da elite brasileira, elas eram amplamente divulgadas nesses jornais, revistas, no rádio e depois na televisão, né? Então, o Diário da Noite era um jornal da época, né, dessa cadeia, né, dos diários associados, e publicou matérias como essa, né, naquele momento, né, famosa tela de Gogan doada ao Museu de Arte. Aqui a matéria vai dizer, né, quem foram essas pessoas que doaram essa matéria, né, o casal Álvaro Soares Sampaio, né, havia todo um grupo também de políticos e pessoas da elite brasileira nessas doações. Eram grandes eventos, né, que se organizavam para divulgar a chegada dessas obras ao Brasil, né, esses grandes eventos. Aqui só uma curiosidade, né, um telegrama que a gente localizou da Galeria Nodder, né, da filial nova-iorquina da Galeria Nodder, dizendo: confirmamos venda de Gogan, autorretrato, $48 mil, né? $48 mil, né? O que seria equivalente hoje né, mais ou menos, né, $505 mil, né? Essa obra foi adquirida, então, no final de 1951, né, por aproximadamente $505 mil, né? A gente localizou também algumas imagens, né? Essa imagem também publicada no Diário da Noite, Diário de São Paulo, que era outro jornal, né, da cadeia do Chateaubriand. A gente vê aqui, né, parte da família dos doadores, né? E aqui uma imagem assim bastante emblemática, né? Que a gente também localizou nos arquivos inicialmente. Bom, primeiro, obrigado a Laura Cosendei de ter localizado essa imagem inicialmente, né, com o apoio do nosso centro de pesquisa. A gente vê aqui o quadro, né, assim, a ambiência que foi criada para a apresentação dessa obra, né? Elas chegavam primeiro ao Rio de Janeiro, que a maioria delas, né, vinha de navio e desembarcava, né, no Porto do Rio, e também porque no Rio de Janeiro, que era a capital, a grande parte das famílias da elite brasileira doadoras dessas obras, que sofriam, né, uma grande pressão do Assis Chateaubriand para doar, né, os valores necessários para adquirir essas obras. Essas famílias estavam, em grande parte, no Rio de Janeiro, né, que era a capital, né? Então, eu também fiz aqui um detalhe que a gente pode ver. Eram criados assim esses ambientes, né, com uma espécie de planejamento, né, um tecido, né, num cavalete, né? A obra era ali mostrada, haviam essas festas, né, onde se tentava também angariar mais recursos para adquirir mais obras, né? Nesse período entre 48 e 54 foram adquiridas assim foi adquirido um conjunto excepcional de obras antes que esses valores aumentassem definitivamente e não fosse mais possível comprar, né? E aqui um detalhe, vocês podem ver, havia então nesse background, nesse painel de fundo, essas palmeiras, né, tipicamente brasileiras, né? Então, e foi publicado então um texto muito curioso que a gente também localizou pelo próprio Assis Chateaubriand, esse chamado também, né, também sintomaticamente na selva tropical, né, na selva tropical. E eu queria ler aqui um pequeno trecho desse texto, chegando aqui, né, no final, né, quase no final aqui da minha apresentação, que eu selecionei aqui um pequeno trecho, né, escrito pelo próprio Assis Chateaubriand, nesse texto, Na Selva Tropical, em que ele fala: haverá mais sugestiva paisagem polinesiana do que a desta noite leitosa, profunda, a passear por entre as árvores de sombras hospitaleiras e sensações sutis do Parque Sampaio. Sampaio é a família que havia dado os recursos, né? E foi na casa, né, do Sampaio que aconteceu essa recepção, né? Inaugurar um Gogan no meio de plantas tropicais não será restituir à tela trazida do Tahiti a atmosfera particular que o vasto nômade, no caso Gogan, nos seus instintos foi buscar na Oceania. A senhora Álvaro Sampaio compôs, para receber o autorretrato, uma paisagem, como a teria adorado o pintor da selva do Pacífico. Em torno dessa casa, no seu jardim luxuriante, de palmeiras, mangueiras e jaqueiras, encontramos o cenário que poderia matar a fome tropical daquele fauno triste, Gogan, né? No meio de uma exuberância tropical, este autorretrato entra no Rio de Janeiro como emigrou do Tahiti, tendo a mata como cenário de sua aparição mágica, né? É claro que é um texto de época, né, com todos os seus as suas manias, né, os seus cacuetes, mas isso fazia parte de uma ambiência discursiva que estava presente na imprensa, na grande imprensa, né, daquele momento. Para não dizer que foi apenas o fundador, o dono do museu, no caso, que operava dessa maneira discursiva, eu localizei também um texto do Mário Pedrosa, né, o grande crítico brasileiro, Mário Pedrosa, né, que ele publicou em 1949 no Correio da Manhã, também um jornal, né, da cadeia dos Diários Associados. Ele havia visto a grande exposição do centenário Gogan no Museu Orangerie, né, e ele publicou um texto em que ele reforçava essa ideia, né, do Gogan como um primitivo, mas um primitivo que buscava um sentido universal, né? Indo ao encontro dessa relação da arte moderna com o primitivo, né? Isso está presente, né, desde as origens, né, da arte moderna, esse dado primitivo como parasita, né, do modernismo, mas que também chega ao Brasil de maneira enviesada, atrasada, como um eco, né, como sempre, mas que, obviamente, vai produzir os seus efeitos aqui, né? Eu vou finalizar, então, a minha fala, estou chegando aqui no final do meu tempo, com esse pequeno trecho, né, publicado pelo Mário Pedrosa nos jornais da época, que foi buscar Gogan na Oceania. O exótico? Não, o universal. O que, na natureza e no primitivo, é irredutível. No Tahiti, ele não pinta apenas temas locais válidos pelo pitoresco. Ele tenta aprender o íntimo dos homens de todos os tempos, mais visível nos confins de regiões virgens, como as ilhas da Oceania, do que em Paris. É isso uma evasão, sem dúvida, mas antes de o ser no espaço e no tempo, é em busca das formas arquetípicas da vida. O homem da floresta tropical vive fora do tempo, né? Curiosamente, o Mário Pedrosa também usa, né, essa imagem, né, da floresta tropical, assim como usa o Assis Chateaubriand. Bem, eu espero ter conseguido trazer para vocês aqui um pouco desse quadro, desse enquadramento, né, que é a chegada dessa obra do Gogan, mas, obviamente, muitas pesquisas, né, ainda hão de ser feitas e devem ser feitas para dar conta desse assunto. Bom, então, muito obrigado e seguimos aqui com o nosso debate.
Muito obrigada, Fernando. Agora a gente vai passar para um momento, né, de trazer as perguntas do público. Também aproveito para dizer que vocês continuam, ainda podem, né, comentar nos links, em todos os links do YouTube. Eu acho que, num primeiro momento, a gente também podia conversar sobre algumas questões que eu acho que atravessam, né, as falas, que como ocorre também uma transformação dessa imagem do artista, né? Seja através da construção dele mesmo, né, que vai se transformando, mas também até que ponto a gente poderia colocar isso em comparação com uma recepção do público, né, digo, da crítica da época. Como foi essa recepção e como ela foi se transformando, né, em diferentes momentos da crítica? Acho que essa é uma pergunta que, de certa maneira, pode ser vista em momentos, né, diferentes pelos palestrantes. Não sei se alguém gostaria de comentar.
I can start if you like. Thank you, Laura. So the question of how critics received Gauguin is a fascinating and very large one. And of course, it changes a lot over time, as well as depending on the critic and whether they were, broadly favorable to his art or not. But I think there are so many sort of themes within that question in a way, but we do see some of the sort of tropes that Gauguin invented about himself also being found in the criticism about him too, whether negatively or positively. So if he refers to himself as a coarse sailor at one point, this is also something that he is described as by critics who describe him as creating, I think it was Camille Pissarro, who described him as creating work, a sort of bric-a-brac type work, like a sailor, for instance. So there was certainly, a strain of critical response, which found him to be very self-promoting in his approach to going to Polynesia and exploiting what he found there as a means of promoting himself. There were critics like Pissarro who recognized that and condemned him for it, as well as others who would repeat the idea of the sort of artist genius figure that Irina was showing the iconography of in her presentation too. So very mixed.
I'm sorry. I also wanted to say that I think in our times, what is great, I think, is that we don't take these long-lasting tropes, either from Gauguin or from the critics, and we're getting more and more nuanced in our readings. For the longest time, somebody like Roger Fry and his attitude towards Gauguin ruled the discourse. And Roger Fry famously juxtaposed Gauguin to Cézanne, where Cézanne was seen as authentic and sincere, and Gauguin was seen as pilfering and sort of associative because he was pulling from different spheres. We, I think, are much more likely to find the intention that was Gauguin and to see value in what was considered to be, like Linda said, pilfering, right, or pillaging that he was accused of. So I think we do have a small part to play in this, the widening of the discussion.
E trazendo uma pergunta para a Linda, especificamente, em que momento a literatura e a pintura se fundem na obra de Gauguin?
Really from very early on. So he published some art criticism in the sort of late 1880s. He published some, accounts of the Paris art world in the French press. Then he started producing his own manuscripts, of which the first one was known as the notebook for his daughter, Aline, in 1892. And then he went on really consistently to keep producing these long, often densely illustrated manuscripts, as well as continuing to publish journalism or criticism. And there is a lot of his writing that didn't survive, that was lost. But we know it existed because there's records of it having been there upon his death. And then there are many, many fragments of writing too. So although most of it is now published, there is certainly stuff that is not known about or not published yet. So he was a prolific writer, and it was also something that he did continuously throughout his career. And that ties in, I think, with a general connection between art and literature in late 19th century France, where the connections between artists and writers were very strong, even though there was a lot of competition between them too, something that Gogan definitely felt. And Gogan certainly admired certain writers like Mallarmé, whom I talked about, as well as dismissing others. And so his attitude towards literature is a complicated and tense one.
Posso falar um pouco, Laura?
Claro.
Desculpa, então só voltando um pouco na primeira questão, sobre a recepção crítica, eu acho importante ter uma nota sobre a recepção do Gogan e desses artistas naquele momento no Brasil dos anos 50. Né? Certamente a crítica, de modo geral, e né, a incipiente história da arte que era feita no Brasil ali no final dos 40, começo dos 50, olhava para esses artistas, digamos, não de maneira crítica, né? Havia sempre a busca de uma chancela para os artistas brasileiros, para a produção que se fazia no Brasil em relação a esses artistas, né? Como mostra, inclusive, o próprio Mário Pedrosa, né? Um dos maiores críticos, mesmo ele trabalhava ainda dentro dessa crise, desse paradoxo, né? Que era, e para alguns, como eu disse, ainda fazer arte e fazer história da arte no Brasil. Não por acaso, toda essa polêmica, né, revivida em relação à Semana de Arte Moderna de 1922, agora mostra que essa questão da identidade nacional, como a gente queira chamar hoje, ela às vezes mudou só o léxico, né, mas os problemas eles vão se recolocando, né, às vezes de maneira passadista, às vezes de maneira nostálgica, né, como se receber um artista ou uma referência que vem do centro, né, que vem da Europa, num país como o Brasil. Então, toda a recepção crítica, né, do Gogan e desses artistas, e o Masp tem um papel fundamental nisso, obviamente, porque era o único museu que estava adquirindo e colocando em circulação essas ideias naquele momento, né, com essa ambição, né? E, novamente, o papel da Lina e do Bard, né? Porque se a crítica e o sistema da arte no Brasil não estava atento a essa relação dessa arte canônica europeia com a produção brasileira, o Bard e a Lina estavam, né? Isso, assim, não dá para negar, como mostra, né, as exposições, né, que eles realizaram, a arquitetura do museu, e o que culminou com a Mão do Povo Brasileiro, né, em 1969. Bom, é isso.
Muito obrigada, Fernando. Irina, uma pergunta mais especificamente sobre a sua apresentação. A produção de arte sacra ou religiosa de Gogan, ela aconteceu pelo contexto temporal ou também existe uma religiosidade implícita? Como isso se relacionava à fé pessoal dele, mas também, né, em relação à tradição da retratística, né, e da própria autorrepresentação dos pintores.
Okay, so the question of personal faith is a complicated one. As anything with Gogan, it's layered. So as I said, there's a wonderful book by Deborah Silverman that does this in-depth study of Gogan's religious education. He is very well informed about Christianity. He went to a Catholic seminary. He's very much inspired by the teachings of the bishop who sort of defined the curriculum at school. He is raised Catholic, but so the knowledge is there. But what he writes, and Linda can sort of back me up here, is that he's very critical of Catholic Church. So he presents himself as, I don't know if we can call him an atheist, maybe we can, but he doesn't present as somebody who is a believer. But it doesn't interfere with him using the Christian symbolism and subverting it in times and generally recasting it in his own image. And as far as how art and faith intertwine, I think that was another question. Of course, that has a long-lasting tradition in the history of art, beginning from the beginning of Christian art, as I suggested, beginning from the theological discussions. Can we have figurative representational images in a Christian society, which was sort of resolved in the Byzantine iconoclasm and then had to be resolved after the Reformation. So, you know, it's a long-lasting sort of tie-in, just like literature and art is.
Muito obrigada, Irina. Uma questão também que eu queria colocar é, de alguma forma, pensando, né, nesse momento das pinturas do período da Polinésia, considerando que o Gogan teve dois momentos lá, né, ele tem a primeira estadia de um ano, de quase 2 anos, e depois ele retorna para a França, ele expõe os cadernos dele, né, os cadernos não, desculpa, ele acaba publicando também o Noa Noa, e ele tem um primeiro contato, né, com essa recepção. Como a gente poderia pensar essa diferença entre essas personas do artista, entre esse primeiro momento e num segundo momento? A gente pode pensar essas diferenças?
Who is this question directed to?
Eu acho que essa pergunta pode ser começada pela Linda, já que ela, eu estou trazendo um pouco dessa do Noa Noa, okay, né, como referência, mas eu também convido os demais para comentar. Eu acho que também seria interessante pensar, no caso, nos autorretratos dele.
Yes, this is a really great and interesting question. I'm not sure I can do it justice in a quick response here, but I'd say there were continuities, certainly, in his self-image across time that we can find in the self-portraiture and in his writing too, but also a development, especially towards perhaps increasingly seeing himself as a quote-unquote savage. This is something that develops increasingly throughout his life, and the more times that he spends in Polynesia, and when he ultimately returns there in 1893 after his brief interlude back in France. We do see that sort of strengthening and developing, whereas initially his idea of himself as other, as somehow sort of sitting outside of conventional European society, is perhaps more disparate. But early on he has this idea, for instance, of himself as a Peruvian savage, because of the time that he spent in his childhood in Peru, and that stays with him. He keeps returning to that. He refers to that in Avant et Après. I think the sense in which his self-image becomes a kind of programmatic concern, again, it's there from the beginning. We see it in, say, for instance, the exchange of self-portraits with Van Gogh and Bernard. But then we also, back in France before he goes to Tahiti, but then we also see that becoming something very important with the writing of Noa Noa, the increasing awareness that perhaps his intention to create a splash with these Tahitian works and come back to France as a successful artist was not really happening. And so a continual sort of stepping up of of that, narrating his life through texts like Noa Noa. Perhaps a more, especially if we look at those late self-portraits that Fernando and Irina were showing, one might see maybe an increasingly sort of melancholic or reflective self-presentation later in life, as opposed to the more playful and confident ones earlier on. But I wouldn't want to make that too categorical a shift, certainly. Those are just some thoughts, but the way in which he presented his self-image is so varied and so kind of multi-layered at every stage that it's a tricky question to answer quickly. Perhaps Irina would like to add something.
So obviously I don't want to sound categorically and sort of generalize here, but I personally happen to think that he is remarkably consistent in the way that he views himself, and it requires a whole lot of deciphering on our part. But I think the iconography that he develops has these elements that stay with him for the duration of his life. I do think he gets more despairing as time goes on, and that has to do with the ego that he's never too shy in expressing. But I think the Christian iconography is where our access point is. And I think he sees himself as Christ, and he talks about this. He sees himself as a martyr, which is part of that. There is this very strange, not strange, sort of ambivalent relationship that he has towards identifying himself as both very macho and almost not effeminate, but female, when he adopts this female persona that Linda was talking about. And in my other work, I also suggest that he sort of inserts these female images into his self-portrait. So he's full of contradictions, but he's consistent with them. His duality that he foregrounds from the get-go and up until his last work, that he is between being civilized and savage, between being a Tahitian and a French colonialist, that stays the whole lifetime with him. So I don't know if there is a lot of sort of divergence from the path that he defines for himself in his very early artistic and textual productions.
I think that's probably true. I would just add, I agree with the way that Irina has characterized it, in particular that emphasis on duality, which, as she said, really continues throughout. Yeah.
Acho que se a gente fosse trazer, né, também um pouco esse... Acho que também é uma pergunta, é uma especulação, no caso da obra, né, da coleção do Masp, o autorretrato perto do Gólgota, e outros autorretratos, como que a gente poderia ver uma relação entre algum tipo de intimidade, por mais que a gente também veja, né, através do modo como ele constrói os diários, que também são feitos para serem lidos de alguma maneira, né? Mas como que a própria obra, o próprio autorretrato, ele fica um pouco numa questão entre uma intimidade e essa colocação ao público, né? Eu acho que trazendo um pouco também chamando, né, o Fernando, assim, eu acho que existe também uma relação de como a gente continua, né, lidando com essa obra, uma obra que ele guardou consigo mesmo durante tanto tempo e que acaba, né, indo para o mundo, né, e sendo celebrada, né, como uma obra de um grande mestre já consagrado, né? Então fico pensando em relação a esses estados de espírito, né, como eles se refletem e como eles também se transformam e são recebidos. Fernando, mais especificamente, não sei se você gostaria de colocar também alguma coisa sobre, seja sobre o autorretrato ou sobre essas outras diferenças da representação do artista, e depois eu tenho uma outra pergunta também diretamente para você, que é em relação, acho que posso adiantar, que é em relação ao próprio restauro da pintura, né, que a gente conseguiu avaliar, né, que ele foi retocado ao longo de 7 anos, então eu acho que isso também acaba que são traços dessa relação, né, dele com essa pintura. Se você puder contar para a gente um pouco mais sobre esse estudo.
Exato. Bom, eu pesquisei no acervo do museu, eu não sou da área de acervo, claro, eu sou da área de curadoria e pesquisa, e que aproveito então para agradecer as minhas colegas do acervo, que eu havia esquecido de agradecer, a Fernanda e a Aline, né? A Aline, que tem o nome da filha do Gogan, que também ajudou muito nessa pesquisa desses restauros, né? De como essa obra chegou ao museu, como ela foi tratada. É uma obra que foi muito judiada, né? Ela os restauradores e técnicos que trabalharam nela lembram que ela já estava em mau estado, com problemas, quando ela saiu do Tahiti, né, em direção a Paris, né, levada pelo Victor Segalan. E ela passou por uma série de procedimentos, inclusive reentelamento, né, que é um procedimento que não se usa mais, ou pelo menos não se usa mais da maneira como se fazia, né? Você pode perceber, olhando atrás dela, que ela foi reentelada provavelmente com cera, né? Com cera de abelha. Isso a Aline também mostrou recentemente para mim lá, e mostrou também os raios-x, né? Que foram feitos muitos raios-x no começo dos anos 90, parte desse grande restauro patrocinado pelo Gary, com um restaurador norte-americano, né, o Travers Newton, que deixou um valioso material que está no arquivo, né, do acervo, esse material também que a Aline do acervo apresentou para a gente. Então, a pergunta também, para tentar responder a pergunta de Bonetti, é sobre como se descobriu, como se sabe, né, que essas figuras estavam ali. Porque quando você limpa a tela, né, você tira os vernizes e tira essas camadas de sujidades, aparecem esses elementos escondidos, né? E nesse restauro mais profundo que foi feito em 1994, foi quando apareceu definitivamente essas duas figuras que estão atrás ali dele, né? E também esse monte, né, que também estava um pouco escondido, que na verdade é o Gólgota, né, que em hebreu é o Calvário, né, o lugar onde Jesus teria sido crucificado. Então são essas imagens que apareceram ali e que motivaram novos textos, né, e novos estudos a partir aí dos anos 90.
Obrigada, Fernando. Eu acho que também, para finalizar, eu gostaria de saber se os palestrantes têm perguntas entre si. Eu estou o tempo todo chamando o público, mas vocês também estão mais do que convidados para fazer esses comentários, esses diálogos, né, entre as apresentações e as pesquisas.
So I want to ask, if I may, Fernando, has the museum, you have this very big gap when the last self-portrait, I think that's the last self-portrait, was made from 1848 to 1903, can the museum sort of close the gap? Has any developments been made in dating it a little closer together? Am I on?
Bem,
Yeah.
um museu, a ideia de lacunaridade tem que fazer parte, né, da nossa experiência e da nossa vida, né, no museu. Ele foi construído dessa maneira, foi pensado dessa maneira, e é muito obrigado pela sua pergunta, porque me permite falar mais uma vez da genialidade desse casal, né, e nesse caso especialmente da Lina Bobardi, que ela criou, no que ela, nas palavras dela, né, um museu para os trópicos. Ela conseguiu reverter, né, ela conseguiu inverter essa polaridade e criar uma arquitetura e uma expografia que transformava essa lacunaridade em potência, sabendo que seria impossível preencher essas lacunas dentro de uma visão tradicional, tradicionalista da história da arte, né? Um museu no Brasil, nos trópicos, nunca conseguiria contar essa história dentro de uma expografia ou dentro de uma arquitetura tradicional, né? Parte da solução dos cavaletes de vidro, dessas obras em suspensão, vem na tentativa de enfrentar, né, esse problema das lacunas, né, no acervo. O museu conseguiu adquirir essas obras ali no pós-guerra, se valendo de uma condição particular, né, que eram os baixos preços, né, das obras no mercado europeu e as obras que já estavam nos Estados Unidos, né, com recursos desse magnata da mídia que sonhava em ter um museu próprio, né, com toda a polêmica, né, que isso envolvia, né, envolve até hoje. Como eu disse, rapidamente já não era mais possível adquirir essas obras, em grande parte pela concorrência do colecionismo norte-americano, que inclusive disputava, né, com Assis Chateaubriand e o Bardi a compra desses trabalhos, né? Então, a partir ali da segunda metade dos anos 50, não foi mais possível operar aquisições, né, de trabalhos. E, bem, até hoje o Masp não possui uma verba própria para aquisição de obras, né? Bom, na verdade, seria difícil, né, hoje para o Museu Brasileiro comprar, né, trabalhos de mestres europeus, né, para preencher essas lacunas. Então, a gente tem que trabalhar, então, dentro dessa ideia de lacunaridade e, importante, mais uma vez, né, destacar o trabalho da Lina Bobardi nesse sentido.
I mean, I would happily ask a bit more about the exhibition, if that's something I can do in this context. I just wonder if, Fernando, you could say a little bit more about how you plan to develop the other and I theme specifically.
Bem, esse é um trabalho que está em processo, a gente já conseguiu, né, uma série de empréstimos importantes, né, de museus na Europa e nos Estados Unidos. Certamente a gente vai dar destaque, né, para o diálogo desses trabalhos com os trabalhos do Masp, é uma oportunidade rara, raríssima, né, de poder confrontar essas obras, né, com os nossos trabalhos aqui no Brasil, aqui em São Paulo, né? Em geral, nós emprestamos muito, né, essas obras. O autorretrato, ele viaja bastante, né, assim como o pobre pescador. Então a gente costuma ver essas obras em relação aos outros Gogans na Europa e nos Estados Unidos. Então, é uma chance rara que a gente vai ter agora de reunir uma quantidade significativa, né? Nós temos até o momento 14 pinturas a óleo, né, já confirmadas, além das que serão confirmadas, mais uma série de gravuras, e a gente agora, né, junto com o nosso arquitetura, com o nosso design, né, e a curadoria, a gente vai pensar no enquadramento que faça jus a essa história, né, que consiga ser atual, né, contemporâneo, para o público de hoje, certamente vai chamar muita atenção do público aqui no Brasil, mas que também consiga dar conta dessa história, né? O que é um desafio bastante grande, né? Trazer, reposicionar essa história de maneira que não seja nostálgica, né? Ou passadista, né? Talvez a Laura, que também é curadora da exposição, queira falar algo sobre isso, Laura.
Acho que, como o Fernando comentou, é sempre uma oportunidade para a gente poder recontextualizar, né, e obras do nosso próprio acervo também, né, de colocá-las em diálogo. A gente, de alguma maneira, bom, as duas obras, né, o Autorretrato e o Pobre Pescador, eles são duas telas do mesmo ano, né, datadas mais ou menos do mesmo ano, de 1896, que já seria, então, esse segundo momento, né, do Gogan ficando no Tahiti, e imagens que também circularam, né, digo, na verdade, falando mais especificamente do Pobre Pescador, e que, de alguma forma, a gente ganha muito colocando tanto em contexto com a própria obra do artista, claro, mas isso volta para a coleção, né? O autorretrato mesmo, ele já foi incluído em outras exposições como histórias da sexualidade, né? Então, a possibilidade de organizar essas mostras é sempre um modo, né, da gente trazer olhares que sejam mais complexos, né, para a obra de artistas que, no fim das contas, são fundamentais, né, desde da construção da coleção do museu, né, são obras que se tornam muito emblemáticas. Então, é, sem dúvida, uma oportunidade de colocá-las em diálogo, né, e em contexto, de pensar também como essa própria imagem do artista, né, e esse olhar para o outro funcionam de uma maneira... se retroalimentam, né, de certa forma. Então, acho que uma última questão que eu gostaria de colocar é uma pergunta que... Ai, desculpa, deixa eu chegar aqui. Que, na verdade, eu acho até que a gente vai continuar trabalhando isso, né, ao longo das mesas da tarde, mas de pensar como que a população, a crítica e os artistas do Pacífico Sul, mais especialmente do Tahiti, lidam com a obra e o legado de Gogan. Ainda, né, eu acho que, como a gente vem falando, eu acho que é uma coisa que está em contínua, né, construção, que também... de novo, acho que vai ser abordada nas mesas da tarde, mas eu também gostaria de ouvir de vocês como essas impressões se deram, né?
Well, I would just say that the fact that so many contemporary artists, South Pacific artists and artists globally, and women artists as well, respond to the work of Gogan indicates why this is an important ongoing conversation and a dialogue, as you said. And there are scholars who are doing work specifically on this area. It's not my area of expertise at all. Some of the speakers that you have coming up this afternoon and that, or later today, depending on the time zone, that's going to be fascinating. Also, Elizabeth Childs is doing important work on artists who are responding to Gogan too. So I think, you know, in his own day, it's often said that Gogan maybe didn't have very much of an effect and impact on the indigenous communities where he lived. You know, he didn't necessarily, they didn't necessarily sort of think that much of him, really, and that's probably true. And then he's had, of course, this sort of disproportionate, heroicizing, great male genius artist tradition for a long time, and then been sort of roundly condemned. And now we're looking at him in more nuanced ways, and artists are also responding to him in very complex and nuanced ways too. So all I would say really is that I think this is a completely fundamental sort of crucial aspect of looking at Gogan these days, is to think about these artists' responses to him. I look forward to learning more later.
Irina e Fernando, vocês gostariam de colocar mais alguma coisa?
So I think that we find ourselves generally, that's going to be a general statement, in this period of time where we are grappling these questions along, in this sort of global sense, right? We've come to think that some of the monuments, physical or not, that we've erected to a person, perhaps should not be in our public spaces. So I think these are very, very complicated processes. I don't think the people who live in Tahiti, looking at somebody from the 19th century who was a complicated person, can come to sort of one definitive answer. I think that's an ongoing process, which is, as Linda said, a fascinating discipline within the scholarship to explore. But I don't know if the question has an answer, really. How do you deal with somebody like Gogan, who is so important on one hand and so problematic at the same time? His attitude towards the church, right, that he is struggling with, his attitude towards race, which I hope I sort of expounded on, that he does use it, he uses figures of racial and gender alterity in this typical colonialist way as a projection screen, and yet at the same time, in his limited, in his own limited way, as a product of the 19th century culture, he also moves the discourse a little bit. So it's complicated, I think, is the answer.
Bom, eu acho que então podemos encerrar esse primeiro momento do dia. Queria mais uma vez agradecer muitíssimo a Linda, Irina e Fernando por aceitarem o nosso convite para participar desse seminário. A contribuição de vocês realmente é muito importante. E também lembrar a todos que nós continuaremos com a programação agora na parte da tarde. A próxima mesa será a partir das 3 da tarde, entre 3 e 4h30, e depois teremos uma terceira mesa entre 4h30 e 6. Então, gostaria de lembrá-los para voltar. Muito obrigada. E de produção que está aqui com a gente, fazendo tudo isso possível.
Olá, boa tarde, sejam muito bem-vindas, bem-vindos e bem-vindes. Essa é a segunda parte do seminário Gogan, o Outro e Eu. Esse seminário vai contar com a participação de 3 palestrantes, Stephen Eisenman, Norma Braud, Abigail Solomon Godot. Meu nome é Isabela Rigério, sou curadora do Masp e eu vou fazer a mediação desse segundo momento do seminário. Eu gostaria de aproveitar esse momento para encorajá-los a mandarem as perguntas, anotarem suas perguntas para os seminaristas e enviá-las no chat do YouTube. Essas perguntas vão ser reunidas pela equipe e ao final das 3 apresentações nós as faremos para os professores e palestrantes aqui presentes. Bom, eu vou dar início à apresentação do nosso primeiro convidado, que é o Stephen Eisenman. Stephen F. Eisenman é professor emérito de História da Arte da Northwestern University, em Illinois, nos Estados Unidos, e autor de Gogan's Skirt, pela Thames and Hudson, de 97, The Abu Ghraib Effect, 2007, The Cry of Nature, Art and the Making of Animal Rights, 2015, William Blake and the Age of Aquarius, 2017, e outros livros. É também cofundador da organização sem fins lucrativos de justiça ambiental, The Anthropocene Alliance, e atualmente Eisenman e a artista Sue Cole preparam para publicação a segunda parte de sua série American Fascism Now, para Hotland Press. Stephen, gostaria de dar as boas-vindas e chamá-lo aqui para a nossa primeira rodada. Obrigada.
Thank you very much. My paper is called My Gogan Chronicles, 1977 to 1997. 1977. The first time I saw Gogan's Where Do We Come From, Where Are We Going, was 1977. I knew the picture from undergraduate classes at the State University of New York at Albany, but had never seen it in person. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Yes, thank you. So it was worth a 3-hour drive in my 1970 Chevy Impala, shown there at the right, to the Museum of Fine Arts, Boston, to see the picture. Next slide. I remember the gallery with Gogan's picture was mostly empty and dimly lit, and that I was disappointed by seeing it. The colors were more sober than I expected, a frequent issue for students used to seeing artworks projected in slideshows. In addition, next slide, seems to be a big lull between calling for the slide and getting the slide. In addition, Where Do We Come From seemed to be an odd melange of real and allegorical. Modern Tahitian people were deployed by Gogan to represent timeless contrasts, such as youth and old age, innocence and knowledge, and sacred and profane. Relationships of figure and ground in the picture made little sense to me. For example, the seated figure at middle right, the one scratching her head, could be inches or feet from the standing figure in the center. Gogan described her as, quote, not in perspective and astonished at the 2 figures to her right who dare to think about their destiny, end quote. Those 2, dressed in pink and enveloped by a speech balloon, are larger but on the same plane as the woman in blue near the statue. Gogan described them as, quote, sinister figures dressed in sadly colored clothes who converse near the tree of science, end quote. Next slide. I mentioned speech balloons behind those 2 conversing figures, and by odd coincidence or not, the first speech balloons appeared in 1896, the year before Gogan's painting, in an American comic strip called The Yellow Kid, which I show here. Next slide. Everyone in Gogan's landscape seems to have brought their pets. There's 2 cats, a dog, a goat, and a pair of geese, one of which, the white one at the lower left, has a lizard in its talons. Equally confusing are the depictions of age and gender. The women are young and old, dressed and undressed, or something in between. And then there's the figure in the middle. Is it Eve or a man enacting the role of Eve in the Garden of Eden? Gogan variously denominated the figure she, he, or simply the figure in the center. The artist's friend Charles Maurice described Where Do We Come From as, quote, among the most beautiful, end quote, of the artist's works, but also complicated and confused. I quote, one is tempted to think the forms too numerous and too varied. These naked men and women, these women and men in robes, and the enormous crouching figure which breaks the perspective, end quote. Note Maurice's fumbling repetition, men and women. I'll return to that in the end. Back in 1977, untutored in gender theory, I was more discomfited than engaged by these and other ambiguities. I left the MFA as certain about Gogan as when I entered. 1989. In 1989, I was an assistant professor at Occidental College in Los Angeles, trying to finish my book about the French symbolist Odilon Redon. In the course of that work, I returned to Gogan, with whom Redon had a lively correspondence. It was arguably in conversation with Redon that Gogan formed his plan to flee Paris for Tahiti. In a letter to Redon from 1890, Gogan wrote, "The reasons you give me for remaining in Europe are more flattering than they are convincing. My mind is made up, although since I returned to Brittany, I have modified my plans. Madagascar is too close to the civilized world. I want to go to Tahiti and finish my existence there. I believe that the art which you like so much today is only the germ of what will be created down there, as I cultivated myself a state of primitiveness and savagery," end quote. Gogan traveled to Tahiti a few months later and remained there until his death, except for a 2-year sabbatical in Paris from the summer of 93 to the summer of 94, and 2 final years on the island of Hiva Oa in the Marquesas Islands from 1901 to 1903. Whether in fact he achieved anything like a state of primitiveness is debatable. Leaving aside the ethnocentrism of the term, Gogan struggled to adapt to the economy, language, and society of Tahiti, never fully ending his dependency on checks from Paris and tin duck from Perigord. His artistic primitiveness is another matter, however. Next slide, please. Though syncretism or even bricolage may be better terms. His paintings, prints, sculptures, and ceramics combine styles and subjects from early pre-contact Peru, Egypt, Oceania, Java, ancient Greece, and Rome. Early in his career, for example, he made highly unusual ceramics, such as this double-necked vase, that nevertheless, next slide, may be compared to ancient Peruvian stirrup pots, such as this one from Chimu, next slide, or the vase with portrait mask of a woman at the left, which may be compared to a moche portrait vessel, such as the one at the right, made between 100 and 500 CE. Late in his career, Gogan turned increasingly to the ancient Mediterranean, for example, by representing horses and riders, next slide, based on details found on the lowest section of Trajan's column and the Pan-Athenaic frieze in the Parthenon. These motifs are seen, for example, in Gogan's Fa'ara, or The Dream, from 1898, next slide, derived from several collotypes in Gogan's possession, published by the artist's former guardian, Gustave Arosa. Rupe Rupe, which I show here at the left, was based in part on Arosa's photographs of the 12th panel of the West Frieze of the Parthenon. That these late paintings by Gogan, teeming with human and animal life and color, convey only a hint of classicism. Next slide. Gogan's first traveled to Tahiti in 1891 and died in Hiva Oa in the Marquesas Islands in 1903, a rebel and reprobate. He challenged almost every aspect of colonial administration and religious orthodoxy and died in flight from the law. The colonial governor even had a plan to send Gogan into exile from the Marquesas, which was rich since the islands are among the most remote places on earth. They would have had to send him back to Paris to fully send him as far away as they wanted. All of that was on my mind that summer of 1989 when I delivered a paper on the artist at the International Congress of Art History in Strasbourg. The theme of the conference was Art and Revolutions, inspired by the 200th anniversary of the French Revolution and the dawning revolutions in Central and Eastern Europe. As a young-ish radical, I was eager to participate in these commemorations. Next slide, please. For a majority of the conference participants, however, the only revolution of interest was methodological. Politics were kept at arm's length, and the long-dead German mystic art historian Abi Warburg, not Karl Marx or Lenin, was the reigning deity at the conference. Standing apart from that quietism, however, were 2 brilliant and radical feminist scholars in attendance, Linda Nochlin and Abigail Solomon-Godot, whom I sought out for conversation. Next slide. Nochlin, by then, was the veritable dean of feminist art historians, having published a decade earlier, with Anne Sutherland Harris, a book titled Women Artists 1550 to 1950. This, of course, is a portrait of her by Alice Neal with her daughter, Daisy. She was, however, Nochlin was, a controversial figure still, known for her bluntness as well as her acumen. Solomon Godot, whom you'll all meet in a minute, was a generation younger, a bridge figure between so-called second and third wave feminism, and had just published an annihilating essay about Gogan in Art in America, claiming he was essentially a fraud and a pedophile. Gauguin's best ideas, she claimed, particularly cloisonnism, were stolen from the younger artist Émile Bernard, and his supreme self-confidence was the product of his domination, if not rape, of much younger, dark-skinned women in France, Martinique, and Polynesia. I disagreed with much of that characterization, but Nochlin and Solomon Godot were, like me, self-confident Jewish New Yorkers, and so enjoyed a good argument. At some point in the proceedings, I mentioned to them that my plan after the conference was to travel with my partner, the anthropologist Mary Weissmantel, to Brittany to see the major Gauguin sites, Pont-Aven, Quimper, and Leopold-II. My recollection is that they both said at once, "We'll come too." So we agreed to rendezvous in Paris a few days later and set off from there. The trip would take about 6 hours. Next slide. In my rented Renault 25 sedan, we'd make stops to see art along the way and remain in Brittany for 2 or 3 nights before we returned. My memory of the trip is hazy, but I recall that we stopped in Nantes, next slide, to see, among other things, Emmanuel Frémier's Gorilla Carrying Off a Woman, 1887. Though I don't have much recollection of our discussion in front of the life-size painted plaster, I'm pretty sure Linda quipped that the sculpture predicted Gauguin's approach to the native women in Polynesia. In fact, similar criticism greeted Frémier's work in his own lifetime. His earlier, next slide, please, his earlier sculpture, Gorilla Carrying Off a Negress from 1859, was rejected by the jurors of the annual Salon exhibition for a suggestion of sexual assault. That the ape was female made no difference. This is not about eating, Baudelaire wrote, but rape. The jury has done well to reject this sordid topic, end quote. Frémier later defended the work by stressing its racism. Quote, "Since the young woman in question was a negress, I thought my gorilla might pass," end quote. Next slide. The sculpture we saw in Nantes, made nearly 30 years later, found greater favor at the Salon and in fact received a prize. Though the abducted woman is white, the scene is set in Paleolithic times, affording more distance between the subject and the Salon audience. Nevertheless, after purchasing the work, state officials hid it away for about a decade before shipping it off to Nantes, where it has remained ever since. Next slide. Back in the car, we drove on to the museum in Rennes, Brittany. There we saw, among other things, Émile Bernard's Yellow Tree at the left, and had the chance to test at least one part of Solomon Godot's thesis. Bernard's picture, anticipated by several months, Gauguin's similar, possibly unfinished, view of Pont-Aven from Les Avens by about a year, and next slide, his Yellow Christ from September 1889. The latter picture by Gauguin, however, is a more thematically ambitious picture than any Bernard produced at this time. Next, please. Next slide. For example, the wheat harvest, which you see at the right. It's the second of Gauguin's dream pictures, the first being Vision After the Sermon, painted the year before, and it depicts, next slide, a group of 3 Breton women gathered around a crucified Christ, or a sculpture of Christ, planted in the gray rock of Golgotha. Is this the artist's dream or that of his Breton protagonist, transported by religious ecstasy? Inspired, next slide, by an 18th century polychromed wooden crucifix that the artist had seen in the rustic chapel of Tremolo near Pont-Aven, the painting is purposely crude and populist in aspect. Next slide. The pictorial devices that Gauguin deployed in Yellow Christ, his exaggeration and abstraction, became for him talismanic, an expression of his desire to escape capitalist modernity and embed himself in a pre-modern utopia. Next slide. Gauguin included Yellow Christ in his self-portrait with Yellow Christ, painted on the eve of his departure for Tahiti in 1891. Here the artist, dressed in a seaman's sweater and club collar shirt, is seen in conventional bust length and 3/4 view. Notice an implied comparison between the artist's head in the middle, the head of Christ on the left, and the grotesque head at the right, which also happens to be a self-portrait. Next slide. And given that the artist earlier that year had shown himself as Christ in the Garden of Olives, it's safe to say that the picture is a triple self-portrait, end quote. That's next slide, please. That's a rare thing in the history of art, though there are a few similar examples, including a well-known quadruple self-portrait by Louis Léopold Boyer that Gauguin might have known. This is a lithograph. The same artist also made, next slide, several triple portraits of Napoleon, including this one at the left, which may have inspired the great caricaturist Honoré Daumier to create his compressed triple portrait of French King Louis-Philippe Le Poire, entitled Past, Present, Future. Next slide. In Gauguin's picture, the mature artist is in the middle, surrounded by the younger divine figure at the left, and the older, battered, and beaten demon at the right, representing, as in Daumier, past, present, and future. Back in the Renault, we made our way to Pont-Aven, the cultural capital of Brittany and a tourist hub. There we visited the Pension Gloanec, where Gogan and other painters resided beginning in 1886. Next slide. While he was there, Gogan decorated his studio with woodblock prints by Utamaro. He took some of them to Tahiti, and his painting at the right, The Siesta, appears to have been derived from a print in Utamaro's series, Gifts of the Ebb Tide. Also visited the recreated inn, next slide please, of Marie-Henri at Le Poldou, a little town little more developed in 1989 than it was 100 years before when Gogan stayed there during a bleak winter. The photo at the left is of Mary in the inn itself, but there's a photographic mural of the inn in earlier times. It was at Le Poldou, next slide please, and specifically on the beach at Sainte-Anne-la-Palude, that Abigail and I came to a near meeting of the minds about Gogan. Roughly, that while he may not have led an exemplary moral life, he was a damn good painter. Now, that's hardly a stunning insight, though many critics and curators today would allow the first observation to erase the second. Even to mount an exhibition of works by an admitted pedophile, however celebrated, is controversial. Gogan claimed in his biographical novel, next slide, his novel Noah Noah, that his lover, Tehura, he elsewhere called her Tea Amana, was a child of about 13 years. Here's a portrait called Merahi Metua no Tea Amana, or Tea Amana has many parents. But her age is really not known, nor in fact if she even existed. Gauguin's book was not published until long after his death, and it was significantly changed by Charles Maurice and perhaps others. It was partly based on Pierre Loti's sensational novel, The Marriage of Loti. In that novel, the protagonist's lover is 14 years old. On the beach at Brittany, Abigail and I, and also at the inn, Abigail and I also agreed that Gauguin's art highlighted the dialectic of Breton nationalism and modernist development. The idea that it was the very process of modernization, industry, train transportation, and tourism that created the conditions for Breton nationalism, and that Gogan articulated this dialectic by means of the contrast between his popular subjects and his cosmopolitan or modern style. And finally, we agreed that whatever his personal sexism, his art violated, next slide please, prevailing gender norms by glorifying non-ideal bodies and non-European models of gender and sexuality. For example, with Te Nave Nave Whenua, Delightful Land, with its heavy-limbed figure, pubic hair, and seven-toed left foot. I quote from Gogan, "There is in Tahiti something virile in the women and feminine in the men." And we discussed one more point, if briefly, that however colonialist, Gogan produced a body of works that appealed to future generations of feminist, anti-colonial, or post-colonial artists. Next slide, please. One example is the German expressionist Paul Gauguin, whose nude self-portrait at the right was influenced by Gogan. Next slide. Another was the great Indian artist Amrita Shergill, whose Three Women and self-portrait as a Tahitian were inspired by Gauguin's canvases. Next slide, please. Such as Three Women in Conversation from 1899. 1995. By 1995, I was nearly finished with my book, but felt I needed to see where Gogan lived in Tahiti, and if possible, learn more about contemporary racial identity and gender roles in the Pacific, since they were the focus of my book. The idea that one could learn about gender in Gauguin's time by studying it in present-day Tahiti, what's called ethnographic analogy, is controversial. But there appeared to be enough other cultural continuities, such as language and expressive culture, to conclude that a visit and some interviews might prove useful. A small grant from my college allowed me to travel from Los Angeles to Papeete, and there I stayed at a cheap tourist hotel on the harbor between the city center to the north and the posh hotels to the south. On the evening of Bastille Day, I was sitting alone at the grass cloth-covered hotel bar when a tall, broad-shouldered Tahitian woman dressed in a blue sequined gown came in and sat on the stool next to me. She asked me to buy her a drink, and we started to chat. Her name was Daphne, she said, and she was on her way to the restaurant Waikiki. Seeking to keep the conversation going in my halting French, I asked her what the food there was like. She answered somewhat impatiently that she wasn't going there to eat, but to watch the, next slide please, Miss Mode beauty contest. I nodded, imagining some incipient entertainment, and retreated to my beer. I show here the ticket for the Miss Mode beauty contest. After a few minutes, Daphne ordered another drink, gulped it down, and left. Immediately, a French businessman took her seat. He said he'd been watching us, and did I know that I'd been talking to a rere, that is a cross-dressing gay male. Mon Dieu, I must have replied. I had come to Tahiti precisely to learn more about Gogan and the figure of the transgender male, and went to sit next to me without my even realizing it. I quickly left the bar and arrived at the Waikiki in time for the swimsuit competition. What I saw was one rere after another, strutting down a runway, showing off her legs, feminine walk, and most of all, lack of any visible bulge between her legs. The performers' penises, I was told, were pulled back and tied to one leg. The audience, which included grandparents, their grandchildren, and all ages in between, hooted and laughed and applauded with enthusiasm and evident love. And it was that last reaction that was the most profound to me at a time when the achievement of gay and transgender legal rights in the United States is still just a fantasy. Next slide. The androgynous figures in Gogan's paintings, for example, the sorcerer at the left, or the Where Do We Come From, next slide, are not reres. That's an identity that was only recognized in Tahiti and Oceania in the 1960s, and designates gay men who sometimes dress like women and have sex with other men, often for money. The more traditional male to female trans identity in the Pacific is the mahu, someone who from an early age dresses like a woman and performs women's work. Next slide. The men in Paul Emile Mio's photograph from 1870 could possibly have been mahus, though this is speculative. Gogan would certainly have known such figures in Tahiti, and they would have supplemented his already existing knowledge of the sexual underground of Paris. Next slide. With a community of symbolists, including Paul Verlaine, whom Gogan knew and admired, intersected with the subculture of gay men and cross-dressers, variously called invertis, ephèbes, and asexuels. The poem at the left by Verlaine was copied out by Gogan's in Gogan's book Divers Shows in 1898. It was written while the poet was in prison for shooting Arthur Rimbaud. It begins, above the roof, the sky so blue, so calm, above the roof, a tree waves its leaves. The caption next to the self-portrait sketch, which you can see again at the left, falsely states that it was made by, quote, my wahine mistress Pahura, end quote. The two-page spread is a veritable exposition about desire in the Pacific and fluid gender identities and sexualities. Next slide. The fancifully dressed figure in The Sorcerer, painted a few years later, may have been a mahu. Finally, in 1997. The publication of Gogan's skirt was a high point of my Gogan years. I think, but I'm not sure, that Gogan's skirt and the controversy it generated changed the character of the debate about the artist, but not necessarily for the better. The repeated questions now seem cliches. Was he in the vanguard of modern art or only of colonialism? Was he a misogynist or a champion of women's liberation? Was he a pedophile? Was he a plagiarist? Was he a mahu? The best answers probably avoid these questions. Next slide. In works such as Where Do We Come From, Gogan doubted the continuing validity of his own religious and cultural heritage and predicted the emergence of a new syncretic international culture. But he had a clue that a new global culture, based upon worship of the commodity, would soon dominate the world. Georges Seurat, on the other hand, did know. He recognized that the prevailing models of gender and sexuality were profoundly oppressive, but he seemed oblivious to the contemporary movements bent on overturning them. Toulouse-Lautrec, on the other hand, was aware of them. And he saw the evils of the colonial model of governance and social control. But his own efforts to challenge them, though sometimes heroic, were confused, misdirected, and often self-serving. Other artists of the day, for example, William Morris in England and Camille Pissarro, had a greater understanding of colonialism and imperialism. The art that resulted from all this exploration and self-examination exhibited the very same mixture of insight and blindness. And that's what's perhaps so remarkable about Gogan, that his art and his life was so closely fused that it's impossible to talk about the one without talking about the other. Thank you.
Obrigada, Stephen, pela apresentação. Eu vou dar sequência à apresentação da Norma Braude, nossa próxima convidada. Norma Braude é professora emérita de História da Arte na American University na American University em Washington, D.C. Ela é pioneira nos estudos feministas e especialista em pintura francesa e italiana do século XIX. Braude é conhecida por suas reavaliações críticas do impressionismo e das obras de Degas, Caillebotte, Cassat e Seurat e do grupo italiano Macchiaioli. Seus livros mais paradigmáticos são World Impressionism, The International Movement, 1980-60 and 1990-20, de 1990, e mais recentemente Gogan's Challenge, New Perspectives After Postmodernism, de 2018. Gostaria de convidar a professora Braude para a apresentação, por favor. Obrigada.
Thank you. I'd like to begin by saying how pleased I am to be sharing this roundtable with Abigail and Stephen. Their work, in my view, has perhaps had the greatest impact on Gogan scholarship in the postmodern era, and I can say that it has deeply affected my own. I'd like to begin now by sharing my screen if I am not already doing it. Is the screen up? There we go. As many of you know, the feminist critique of Gogan was initiated back in 1972 by Linda Nochlin, when she memorably recast this painting of two Tahitian women by Gogan as an exploitative and sexist image that pandered to the male gaze. In 1989, that earlier feminist critique was brought to fruition by Abigail Solomon Godot, who demythified what it meant for Gogan to be going native. Her essay of that name brilliantly exposed the interwoven power structures of colonialism and patriarchy that created and sustained Gogan's exalted position in Western art history as the father of modern primitivism. These critiques, crucial and revelatory at those moments, have in recent years been intensified to fever pitch by an internet echo chamber that likes to traffic in binary judgments and blanket labels, with the result that a largely unnuanced image of Gogan has emerged as predatory womanizer, agent of colonialism, and even sexual offender whose art should be canceled, an image that has become entrenched in progressive thinking, despite efforts by scholars to complicate it, contextualize it, and challenge this alignment of Gogan with a set of patriarchal values that, in fact, he openly denounced. In my 2018 edited volume, Gogan's Challenge, New Perspectives After Postmodernism, I examined the relationship of Gogan's thinking to that of the distinguished woman whose portrait you see here. Her name was Flora Tristan, and she was Gogan's grandmother. But first and foremost, she was a path-breaking socialist and feminist activist who crusaded for the rights of women and workers early in the 19th century. Her radical ideas advocating for the empowerment of women were ideas that Gogan knew, shared, and drew upon in his writings and in his art. I explored her influence on him in great detail in that essay, so I will say here simply that in his writings, Gogan advanced remarkably liberal positions on some of the central issues that confronted women in his era. These included the social causes of prostitution, the punitive laws that governed marriage and divorce, and the cultural practices and sexual constraints that disempowered women of all classes, restricting their rights and capabilities. His writings on these issues echo positions that had been advanced nearly a half-century earlier by Flora Tristan. He shared her outrage and argued, as she had done, for redefining the relation of the sexes in a new egalitarian social order. He railed against the bourgeois institution of marriage as yet another form of prostitution, and he called it nothing but a sale. and he advocated instead for a woman's right to find her happiness outside of marriage in her independence. And he called her ability to earn her own living as the pathway to that right. Tristan's writings and social activism were important for Gogan both before and after his departure for Tahiti.
Advance the slide. You don't have for Tristan on.
I am being told that my slides are not advancing.
It is now.
It is now. I have a slide juxtaposing Flora and Gogan, and that is visible to everyone, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Flora's example may well have inspired Gogan's efforts at political activism, and his protests were directed against the corruption of the colonial government and its mistreatment of the indigenous population in general and women in particular. He condemned, for example, the ubiquitous practice of prostitution and denounced the hypocrisy of colonial police and judges who sexually exploited indigenous women instead of protecting them from violation. Despite distortions imposed by colonial rule, Gogan's writings suggest that he hoped to find in Polynesia the survival of older social structures, older values, and older hierarchies of gender that differed significantly from those of contemporary Europe. In Noa Noa, he pointed to androgynous similarities in body type between men and women in Tahiti and observed the positive effects this had on their relationships. In contrast to the artificiality of male-female interactions in the West and the artificiality of the female body there, modeled, he said, on a bizarre ideal of slenderness, in Tahiti, he wrote, there is something virile in the women and something feminine in the men, concluding that this similarity of the sexes makes their relations the easier. Despite this more egalitarian vision of gender relations, Gogan is criticized for the predominance of women in his art, a world of women seen as a colonial strategy to infantilize and sexualize the other. I've proposed instead that this focus on the female reflects a preoccupation with Polynesian origin myths and alternative forms of social organization that had privileged the female in pre-colonial culture. These concerns present themselves not only through the ubiquity of women in Gogan's scenes of daily life, as here, but also through his many representations of a different Eve in a different Garden of Eden. And his many images of royal women and mythic female deities, among them at the left, Hina, the goddess of the moon, and at the right, Vairumati, the mortal goddess of regeneration, who mated with a male sun god in order to found a new race. And of course, Oviri, the savage embodiment of maternal power and female dominance, a figure that Gogan chose to stand guard over his own final resting place. In Noa Noa, Gogan professed to have learned about ancient Polynesian cosmologies and origin myths from his mistress, Te Amana, presumably depicted here, even though that kind of traditional knowledge had long been dissipated by colonial rule. We know, in fact, that the stories Gogan transcribed into his manuscript came from a totally different source, a book by the French ethnologist Jacques-Antoine Morineau. And for this dual act of denial and plagiarism, as it has been called, he has often been derided in the literature. But more interesting to me is the question of why it was that Gogan thought it appropriate for the past to be transmitted through Te Amana, and what might have been the advantages in his mind of pretending that she was his source. We know that in ancient and traditional societies, it has long been customary to regard women as the preservers and transmitters of authentic cultural memory and knowledge. And in this 1893 painting from the Chicago Art Institute, known as The Ancestors of Teamana, or Teamana Has Many Parents, Gogan has clearly assigned her that role. Though seated primly, her body partly disguised by a missionary-style dress, she wears flowers in her hair and carries a fan, a traditional emblem of family rank and authority. Her sideward glance connects her to the painted image behind her of Hina, the mythic goddess of the moon. In origin myths, it was from Hina that all were descended, because she had argued successfully against the earth god, as seen here, to secure the rebirth of humankind. And Teamana is presented in this painting as her descendant. In Gogan's imagination, despite European interventions and present-day realities, Teamana was the living embodiment of an unbroken link to a female line and to an authentic traditional past in Oceania, where in many areas, anthropologists tell us, patterns of kinship, descent, and status had been matrilineal, reckoned through the female line. Even though their roles were diminished under colonial rule, women had held high positions in pre-contact Tahitian society, and they continued to do so in Gogan's day. Historians tell us of the prominence of women title holders, so-called women of authority in 1890s Tahiti, as a surviving feature of older society. And they identified two traditional complementary social roles for high-ranking indigenous women. And those roles may still have resonated in Gogan's day, that of the sacred maiden and the authoritative masculine woman. The latter were politically active older women who were powerful title holders in their own right. Conceptualized in the culture as being or acting like men, their roles were not dependent on marital or maternal status. Here now is a late work by Gogan that most forcefully sums up and projects what he may have internalized about these remnants of a matrilineal past. Two women likely painted in 1901 or 2 from the Metropolitan Museum's collection. It is a much transformed adaptation of this contemporary photograph there at the left, showing two Tahitian women in missionary dress seated on the steps of a native house. In the photo, the frail, shrunken-looking older woman at the left recedes behind the more assertive younger woman who holds her arm protectively. In juxtaposition with the painting, you can see how Gogan radically altered this scene into a close-up, iconic, half-length and over life-size double portrait of these two women, who now loom large against the picture plane, their heads unified by an expanse of dark foliage that seems to crown them like a ceremonial headdress. Now it is the older woman who is positioned higher in the picture space, no longer frail in appearance, but with strongly chiseled features accentuated. She takes the lead, while the younger woman rests her hand on her elder's arm as a signifier of continuity and connection. Long thought to be mother and daughter, it has more recently been established that the relationship between these two women was that of aunt and niece, reminding us that the primary family relationship in matrilineal societies was between sisters and brothers, who were bound by the covenant of their clan to provide for each other and their children throughout their lives. Like the ancestors of Teamana, Two Women is a painting that summons up ancestral relationships through the female line, paying powerful tribute to the surviving echoes of an indigenous culture and its values. Despite their restricted circumstances, as signaled by their missionary dress, in his portrayal of these women, Gogan succeeds in conveying something of the power and authority with which ancient matrilineal societies had endowed the female line. It is thus a painting in which Gogan and his subjects pose a clear challenge to Western male cultural authority. perhaps accounting for the characterization of this painting by one mid-20th century male art critic as being, quote unquote, unpleasant. And that critic, by the way, was John Richardson. That characterization makes it all the more instructive to juxtapose this painting with Gauguin's slightly earlier Two Tahitian Women of 1899, also from the Met's collection. The contrast suggests the basis for that critic's judgment, as well as the personal challenges that Gogan faced and the dichotomies with which he struggled in Polynesia. The tension foregrounded by these paintings, whose female subjects relate very differently to their audiences, compliant in the earlier canvas at the left and powerfully centered in the later one at the right. That tension springs from Gauguin's practical need, on the one hand, to aestheticize and sexualize native life in Polynesia for consumption by Parisian audiences, and on the other, his politically clear-sighted response to the imposition of colonialism and its suppression of an indigenous culture, a culture that had endowed women with social and spiritual power and whose values still survived. It is a tension that also mirrors his own conflicted roots, identities, and allegiances. If, and as I believe Gauguin's work attests, if one of his goals in Polynesia was to seek out the real and mythic roles played by powerful women in that culture, he would have arrived from Europe well prepared to pursue such thinking. From the 1860s on, European anthropologists had begun to question the previously assumed universality of the patriarchal order and to debate the existence of alternative matriarchal and matrilineal forms of social organization. The most influential of these was Jacob Johann Bachhofen, who postulated a prehistoric matriarchy and an ancient mother right as the source of all human society. Gauguin's quest for an authentic Tahitian past that privileged the female role can thus partly be understood in the context of these debates and theories in late 19th century European anthropology and popular culture, which look backwards to lost origins, as of course Gauguin himself was prone to do. None of this, of course, is to deny the existence of personal flaws and self-serving sexual behaviors on Gauguin's part. Behaviors that are at the root of many present-day calls to cancel him from our cultural memory. His crude response to the easy availability of sex in Polynesia is much quoted in the literature that defines him as sexist and racist, and is indeed central to that part of his identity that constituted him as a privileged white European male of his era. But distinct from that cohort and identity, I argue that other less normative aspects of his life experience had prepared Gauguin to entertain and identify with the very different roles that women had played and the spiritual and communal powers they had exercised in pre-colonial Polynesia. His openness to such thinking might have grown in part from his own atypical experience of the role of strong women in the family structure. Excuse me. And here again, the example and teachings of Flora Tristan were formative. The early 19th century Saint-Simonian quest for a female messiah and that group's conception of a dual bigendered God were in fact ideas that Gauguin specifically associated with his grandmother's thinking. In light then of the disproportionate influence of recent calls to cancel Gauguin and cease looking at his art altogether, I ask you to consider why his progressive thinking and feminist cultural positions have for so long been forgotten or ignored in the art historical literature, and why they continue to be ignored by his critics today. As late 20th century feminists were the first to point out, the mythic legend of Gauguin and the glorification of his modernist primitivism were inventions. They were inventions of a colonial and patriarchal system that throughout much of the 20th century used his art and used that constructed romantic image of him to enhance its own values and its own power. But to what extent, we should now ask, were Gogan's life and art selectively appropriated by the patriarchy to serve its own purposes, foregrounding only what was compatible with its own ideology and burying the oppositional stands that, however imperfectly, Gogan did try to make? How did Flora Tristan's grandson threaten patriarchal thinking? What about him needed to be suppressed and was suppressed by the mythology constructed around him by a patriarchal art history? If we go on ignoring those questions, patriarchy, in my view, will have won twice, with a double burial of the artist's oppositional intentions, subsumed into an earlier masculinist meta-narrative, and again today into a feminist revisionist one, giving rise unwittingly, I believe, to the extremes of contemporary cancel culture. I thank you.
Obrigada, Norma Braude, pela apresentação. Eu gostaria de lembrar ao público que continue nos enviando perguntas pelo box de comentários do YouTube. Isso para nós vai ser muito importante no final das apresentações, onde a gente pode ter um debate, tanto entre os próprios convidados, quanto com o público e os palestrantes. Bom, gostaria de apresentar e chamar aqui a Abigail Solomon Godot. Abigail Solomon Godot é professora emérita do Departamento de História da Arte da University of California, em Santa Bárbara, e vive e trabalha em Paris. É autora das obras Photography at the Dock, Essays on Photographic Histories, Institutions and Practices, de 92, Male Trouble, A Crisis in Representation, de 97, Shaykh al-Qanon, Photographie, Discourse and Feminism, de 2015, Photography After Photography, Gender, Genre and History, de 2017, de monografia sobre a artista australiana Rosemary Lang e sobre a artista austríaca Brigitte Jürgensen, em coautoria com Gabriele Shaw, seus ensaios sobre fotografia, artes visuais dos séculos XVIII e XIX, feminismo e arte contemporânea têm sido amplamente traduzidos e integrados a antologias. Gostaria, então, de dar as boas-vindas a Abigail Solomon Godot, por favor.
Okay. I have to admit that before I was invited to participate in this conference, the last time I gave any thought to Paul Gauguin was in 2007, when I wrote an essay for the exhibition, Paul Gauguin, Artist of Myth and Dream in Rome. Having accepted the invitation to contribute a paper, I have tried to acquaint myself with the recent Gauguin bibliography, and even limited to French and English, it is vast. But as I have since discovered, my 1989 essay, Going Native, Gauguin and the Invention of Primitivist Modernism, has become something like a casus bello for those who celebrate his work, as is also the case with Griselda Pollock's 1992 essay, Avant-Garde Gambits, like mine, a feminist and anti-colonial critique of Gauguin's art and self-representations, and more generally, a consideration of the ideological underpinnings of European primitivism that shaped its artistic manifestations. It should be mentioned that at the time, with the possible exception of Bengt Danielson, there was little in the Gauguin literature that was not celebratory, and the more problematic aspects of both his life and art were unmentioned. Nevertheless, it seems fair to say that negative criticism has had no perceptual effect on the continuing popular, museological, or art historical prestige of the artist, although they have occasioned a kind of critical pushback whose terms deserve some consideration. The challenge of Gogan, as Norma Brout has called it in her recent anthology, in its most basic terms, is something of an ethical and political issue rather than an aesthetic one. In other words, how do we want to square Gauguin's personal life, including its truly nasty aspects, and his art, which is, after all, why we are even discussing him? And perhaps more important, how do we want to reckon with the primitivism and exoticism that Gauguin's art and writings purvey, insofar as these are enmeshed in the French colonial project and its malign effects on colonized peoples? And finally, how to come to terms with the toxic ideologies of race and gender that underpin so much of Gauguin's art, self-fashioning, and writing. My earlier critiques indicated that very little in Gauguin's art accurately represented social and cultural realities in Tahiti or in the Marquesas, as opposed to his claims in his writing and correspondence as a putative insider. Sometimes he conceded as much. Certainly his writing is fraught with ambivalence about his situation. Grandiosity and abjection are both to there be found, but many of his contemporaries took him at his word. And I would suggest that part of his enduring popular appeal remains linked to both his self-mythologizing and his iconographic mythologizing of the South Seas, rather than his formal, especially his coloristic innovations. Most important from a critical perspective was his invention or reinvention of the visual language of the exotic, the primitive, and the feminine that, however formally transformed, mirrored imperial and patriarchal fantasies of power, possession, and knowledge integral to actual imperial rule. Perhaps the case of Gauguin might be likened to that of Richard Wagner, where there can be no question of resolution, but only the acknowledgement of contradiction and one's personal and subjective relation to the art of either. That said, in my paper today, I want to look at some of the visual tropes by which white bodies and bodies of color were historically figured, and the particularity of the Polynesian body as it was shaped by the European imaginary. This visual production began with the first encounters in the 1770s with the voyages of Bougainville, Cook, and Wallace, and flourished throughout the following century, although the first encounter with the Marquesan people was in 1595. Women may have been exchanged in these encounters in what Mary Louise Pratt has called the contact zone, but from the Western side, what was exchanged was tuberculosis, syphilis, the institution of prostitution, trade with the metropole, for example, the cotton that islanders ended up importing for their Western style clothing, and not last, Christianity. Considering the ways these bodies were textually, graphically, and discursively represented in the 18th and 19th centuries, it is clear that Western perceptions of skin color, as well as other morphological features associated with those who became subject populations, were as diverse and contingent as they were incoherent, if not, from our perspective, delirious. Nonetheless, and in all their diversity, they demonstrate that the concept of whiteness, as the skin of Caucasians was and is so designated, was inevitably the pole star of the human being, from which all other skin colors were treated as variations, deviations, degenerations, or environmental adaptations that required explanation. As Angela Rosenthal has observed, quote, a major challenge that emerges when dealing with whiteness is that the white body, as a constructed norm, insistently refuses analysis. Whiteness, like blackness, refers to skin color, but it also transcends the actual multicolored nature of bodies. Anchored in ideals of skin pigmentation, it appears to exist implicitly within discourse. That is, its qualities only emerge in contrast to or in comparison with that which it is not, end quote. But it was only in the 18th century that somatic and morphological features were utilized as demarcations between the races, in quotes, and race only acquired its modern meaning in the 18th century. The equivalence established between the status of the slave and the color of African skin could then be used, among others, as one of the justifications for enslavement. Whether putative racial difference was explained by theories of polygenism or monogenism, their visual expressions attest to the problem posed to Europeans in their encounter with otherness. Nevertheless, and as Tim McEnery has shown, quote, the links between racialized human identity and skin color were remarkably fluid, and skin color did not begin to commonly figure as a primary signifier of human difference until the 1770s, end quote. These differences, what Stanley Bailey has called pigmentologies, were constantly elaborated and enlarged through the development of the fields of ethnology and anthropology, whose tributaries contribute to the consolidation of so-called scientific racism. European philosophers and savants evaluated skin color in aesthetic and moral terms and in relation to the essential nature of the subject. Within these categories, there always existed operative hierarchies, no matter how they were organized or how they changed. Even within the definition of Homo sapiens, so named in 1758 by the Swede Carl Linnaeus, that assigned all human beings to this species, there exists always a difference within. The prime instance is, of course, that of gender, the claim of complementarity masking the hierarchy within which man is self-evidently the superior sex. With specific respect to visual culture, from the Renaissance on, academic theory specified that women's skin should be lighter than men's, similar to the tacit representational convention that men should be taller. When, however, it was a question of the representation of bodies of color, this convention was rarely, if ever, observed, especially with respect to the darkest skin colors. How should we understand this disparity? Indeed, one of the negative characteristics attributed to brown-skinned people by savants were their inability to blush, a sign of white sensibility as well as feminine modesty. In the case of Caucasian femininity, therefore, the whiter the skin, the greater its aesthetic and erotic value. Hence, the trope of pairing aristocratic or princely femininity with African servants, slaves, or pages whose dark skin foregrounds and accentuates their whiteness. The durability of this trope is amply represented in 19th century Orientalist painting, where, needless to say, it generates other meanings. But it should be noted that the privileging of lighter skin color can be found not only in certain Asian cultures, where it arguably relates more to class, but also manifest in mestizo or Creole societies, where the lighter the skin, the higher the status, the greater desirability. In colonial cultures such as Brazil or in Mexico, the parsing of skin color was part of a broader project of racial racializing biopolitics, codifying subjects according to elaborate mathematic and sanguinary calculations of mixité, as in the tableau de caste. In Tahiti and the Marquesas, there was also a hierarchy of color. Thus, women of higher status, those belonging to chiefly or warrior castes, sheltered from the sun and did not work outside. Once anthropology was institutionalized as a scientific field of inquiry in the 1840s, the classification of skin color as such became a major preoccupation. This was accompanied by the study of craniology and morphological measurement. The French physician and scientist Paul Gauguin, one of the pioneers of this pseudoscience, was also the inventor of a skin color chart. Each skin color accorded a number for use in anthropological fieldwork, where painted paper, porcelain chips, or pieces of leather could be used to establish the particularities of ethnic or racial group according to a chromatic taxonomy. The Polynesian or oceanic body, however, had its own representational specificity from the beginning, both textual and iconographic. In this regard, I take as a point of departure Gauguin's 1901 and the gold of their bodies. I just want to say that all the representations of this painting are different in books, so I'm just putting two together. To my eyes, it looks quickly and carelessly painted. The positioning of the body is awkward, the arm, leg, and foot of the right-hand figure especially so. The flesh tones are predominantly browns and tans, and there is a yellowish tan in the jaw and upper chest of the right-hand figure, with flecks of yellow, green, and lavender echoed in the ground. The painting was exhibited in 1903 and may have been completed quickly for it to be dispatched to France. Why are these bodies described as golden? To answer this question, we need to consider the earliest descriptions, textual and visual, by which Pacific Islanders were incorporated into the field of European representation. The earliest written account of the quote unquote discovery and naming of the Marquesas 2 centuries before the British and the French was in 1595. It was an expedition led by the Spaniard de Quiros. According to his official report, the ship was greeted by 70 canoes carrying around 400 people who were described as, quote, almost white and of very graceful shape, well-formed, robust. They all came naked. Their skin was clear. They were tall and flowing. They were tall and had flowing hair, end quote. In fact, they weren't naked. They wore maros around their waists and covering their genitals, but the perception of nudity is itself interesting, ubiquitous in descriptions of islanders. The women were considered especially beautiful, as the Marquesas showed no evidence of possessing gold or spices. The Spanish soon sailed away, but not before an event that could be considered paradigmatic of oceanic histories. Quote, the Marquesans came on board and wanted to take everything they found. The Spanish were frightened and drove them off with swords and muskets. The islanders jumped into the water and came back in force to attack them. The Spanish decimated them, end quote. Next. In contrast to Europe's much longer acquaintance with African, Amerindian, and Asian societies, the discovery of the Pacific Islanders confronted Europe with a new paradigm of alterity. Neither Black, as identified with the people of the African continent, nor red, as was the Amerindian, nor yellow, as was the Asian, this new Polynesian subject was from the very first notable for the lightness of skin. This placed them outside the conventions of representation of other people of color, and their lighter pigmentation thus facilitated their identification with the venerable concept of the noble savage. But the European avatar, was also internally divided, depending on the writer or savant, the time and place. He was contrasted with the ignoble savage, a contemporaneous formation incarnated in the cannibal or headhunter, the Hottentot, the Kaffir, the Patagonian, and the Laplander. These informed types of graphic depiction that borrowed from numerous sources, often derived from firsthand illustrations made by the artists accompanying the Pacific expeditions, and subsequently adapted more or less imaginatively by European artists and printmakers. In 18th century visual culture, the savage might then be figured as a neoclassical warrior and often sported poses derived from academic schemata. The noble savage also featured in a genre that might be called the Polynesian pastoral, based on written accounts from the voyage or entirely invented. It is worth mentioning that by the early 19th century, Oceania, in the sense of all the South Pacific islands, had been internally racialized. This was the invention of Dumont d'Urville, who as rear admiral in the French Marine had made 2 voyages of discovery, one in 1826-29 and the other in 1837-40. In a paper he read to the Société de Géographie in 1832, he divided Oceania into Polynesia, Micronesia, Malaysia, and Melanesia. Melanesian, the latter of which was his name for the, quote, Black Oceanian race, was a separate division. As Serge Chersakov summarizes it, he described the Black Oceanian race, which he found disagreeable and generally very inferior to the copper-colored race of Polynesians and Micronesians and to the Malays. The Australians and the Tasmanians were therefore at the base of this racial hierarchy as existing in, quote, the most primitive and natural state of the Melanesian race, end quote. As late as 1900, a popular British textbook, A Class Book of Modern Geography by William Hughes, could distinguish Pacific islands in these terms, quote, the Melanesians are savages, almost constantly at war and inveterate cannibals. The Micronesians are the most mildly disposed of all the islanders of the globe, while the Maoris, or brown Polynesians, are another race entirely extremely handsome and physically, if not mentally, equal to the average European, end quote. Next. But there was another signification to these first encounter narratives in the Pacific Islands that pivoted on gender. While admiring the bodies and comportment of the men, a particular emphasis was given to the description of women likened to Venus's, hence Bougainville's identification of Tahiti with the Ile de Cythera, Venus's island, naked and free with their sexual favors. The discursive feminization of Polynesia has, needless to say, a long history. It was early employed in French colonial propaganda and subsequently in the tourist industry. Returning now to Gogan and his artistic evolution, before and after his experience in Tahiti and the Marquesas, we might consider how skin is differently articulated in his artistic evolution. While Gogan was able to competently and indeed naturalistically represent white and brown skins, we can observe that once in Polynesia, the nuances of skin color were largely ignored. Here, for example, I am showing his 1880 study of the nude and the 1893 painting of Ama the Javanese. The 1880 painting demonstrates Gauguin's attentiveness to skin surface as it is altered by light and shadow, the various tints that modulate its surfaces, greens, blues, and touches of carmine, picked up by the colors of the curtain, wall, and bedding, and most conspicuously, his naturalist handing of the model's sagging breasts and belly that declares its morphological specificity. Ama, however, in keeping with Gauguin's artistic transformation, is by definition an exotic body, the exoticism heightened by the presence of her pet monkey, the unidentified object on the wall, the pool of yellow print on the floor, and the decorative floorboards. Painted in his rented Parisian studio, she has been identified as a 13-year-old Sinhalese, whom he took in as a temporary mistress. What is interesting here and unusual in Gauguin's mature work is what I would call a more attentive looking. Although her seated position is not convincing, perhaps the chair was later added, the widow's peak, the delicacy of her limbs, wrists, and ankles, the line of hair from pubis to navel, even the faint suggestion of a mustache implies an individualized, not a generic body. And the colors used for her skin, shading aside, notably the green highlights and the darker pigments of her face, suggests his attention to her corporeal specificity. But once back in Polynesia, and later, and with a few exceptions, okay, my last minute, female bodies, there are relatively few men, are overwhelmingly generic. Even in the portraiture of islanders, it is sometimes difficult to distinguish individualized physiognomies, although the physical diversity of Tahitian and Marquesan subjects are clearly evident in contemporary photographs, including various body types. When not standardized, Gogan employs his primitivizing forms, as in large feet and hands, or various hieratic or abstracted depictions of the body, often derived from his extensive photographic archive of photographic artifacts. Okay, I'm going to cut. A number of recent works on Gogan are at pains to defend him from the critiques to which I referred at the beginning of this paper. Obviously, Gogan as an individual should not carry the blame for French colonialism and imperialism and its multiple violences. And certainly in his last years, he was a thorn in the side of colonial administrators and the Catholic and Protestant missions. That Gogan represented himself to be operating outside these colonial and ideological structures is neither here nor there. He was certainly a thorn in the side of all authorities, but we should be cautious in taking Gogan's words as an objective record of his experience, accounts of amorous relations included. After all, these are only another form of self-representation, and like the genre of autobiography as such, and as Paul Gauguin observed, the textual eye of the writer is in no way transparent. Quote, but are we certain, he asks, that autobiography depends on reference as a photograph depends on its subject or a realistic picture of its model? We assume that life produces the autobiography as an act produces its consequences, but can we not suggest with equal justice that the autobiographical project may itself produce and determine the life, and that whatever the writer does is in fact governed by the technical demands of self-portraiture, and thus determined in all its respects by the recourses of his medium. Okay. Okay, we get to it.
Muito obrigada, Abigail. A gente atrasou um pouquinho essa segunda mesa, então teremos um tempo um pouquinho menor para um debate. Gostaria de convidar todos os palestrantes para ficarem aqui na nossa tela. Bom, eu juntei algumas perguntas do público, eu vou fazê-las agora e agradecer também quem enviou pergunta. Também já pedi desculpa porque não vai dar para fazer todas. Eu também gostaria de aproveitar essa oportunidade para propor um debate interno, né, entre os próprios palestrantes, porque sei que muitos deles já se conhecem há algum tempo nessa pesquisa sobre Gogan, então acho que também pode ser um debate bem rico, ouvir perguntas uns para os outros. E, bom, algumas questões chegaram aqui em relação a como Gogan, né, se valeu desse imaginário que estava circulando na época para criar suas próprias imagens, né, essas fotografias etnográficas. Acho que isso foi também um assunto que veio nas primeiras mesas de hoje. Só um segundo aqui, que eu estou pegando a pergunta direitinho do público. Bom, uma das pessoas que estavam assistindo a palestra fez uma pergunta sobre como esse olhar etnográfico e essas imagens que o Gogan estava tendo acesso na época, né, sobre o Tahiti, desafiaram essas noções binárias de feminino e masculino para a sociedade que recebeu a obra dele, tanto quanto para ele, né? Acho que também teve essa influência da flora cristã que foi trazida aqui, que é bem importante para se pensar de maneira mais complexa o trabalho do Gogan. E uma pergunta muito voltada também para o Stephen Eisman, se ele poderia falar um pouco sobre a ideia do Mahu considerado como um terceiro sexo, né? Eu acho que isso também desenvolver um pouquinho essa ideia, acho que é pouco conhecido, enfim, até para um público mais amplo também saber um pouco mais sobre essa ideia do Mahu. E também uma terceira pergunta que apareceu foi sobre essa ascendência peruana do Gogan e como isso se influenciou de alguma maneira a forma como ele se relacionou com populações, né, não europeias ou tidas como não brancas. Enfim, acho que também existe aí um dado biográfico, se esse dado biográfico de alguma maneira influenciou nesse trabalho dele. E acho que essas são algumas das perguntas que apareceram do público. Eu deixo a gente tem um tempinho para comentar sobre elas, e depois eu gostaria de abrir essa mesa para o debate entre os próprios palestrantes também. Obrigada.
Do you want to call on one of us to respond? There are several different questions there.
Sim, eu acho que creio que a do Mahu foi especialmente direcionada a você, Stephen, se você quiser começar com essa, porque ela foi direcionada a você. As outras duas perguntas sobre a ascendência peruana e sobre a questão das imagens etnográficas, né, e como elas influenciaram a produção do Gogan, acho que elas foram direcionadas a todos. Eu só vou pedir para a gente tentar não ultrapassar muito dos 20 minutos no máximo aqui, para não atrasar muito a outra mesa. Então, eu acho que você pode começar respondendo essa pergunta e seguimos depois na ordem das falas.
Sure. Right. As you all may know, there are categories of so-called third sex or transgender identities in many cultures in the world, if not all cultures of the world. In the last generation, ethnologists and historians of sex and gender have been exploring these. One can think about the Hairas in India, the Berdashes in Native American culture, and in Tahiti or in Polynesia, there is the figure of the Mahu. They have different names in Marquesas and in New Zealand, etc. But the Mahu is somebody who is a valued social and gender identity. This would be a man who is, from an early age, brought up as a woman. They may dress as a woman. The reason that this will occur is because there's value, particularly as Norma Browdy has mentioned, in cultures that have a strong matrilineal aspect, in which the relationship between a child and an aunt or an uncle is very important. The Mahu can serve the role of an aunt or valuable aunt. So if there isn't one available, a family will, in a sense, create a Mahu, will designate one child to be the Mahu. This is less practiced now, perhaps, than it has been in the past, but it still is extant in Polynesia today. It's no way a figure of mirth. It's a serious figure who has a valuable social role. This is well known and written about in Gogan's day. And when Gogan himself arrived in Tahiti, there's evidence that he was quite conscious of these gender categories. And he himself may have been recognized or misrecognized as a Mahu himself, or at least as being Mahuish. When he arrived in 1891 and got off the boat in Papeete, he was taunted by people on the docks because of his strange costume, his long hair, and his Buffalo Bill Wild West costume. They said to him, they called him Ta'ata Wahine, man-woman. He subsequently, perhaps embarrassed by this designation, cut his long hair and dispensed with the Buffalo Bill. But nevertheless, the fascination with the third sex category or androgynous character which was something apparent in Gauguin's work and his social circle in France, was carried over into Tahiti and subsequently into the Marquesas. So if he himself wasn't recognized or misrecognized as a Mahu, he certainly was attuned to this character in the life that surrounded him, and many of the characters in his paintings have a ambiguous gender identity. It was something also that he saw within the Tahitian culture itself, as Norma also and I quoted, where he speaks about the masculinity of the women and the femininity of the men. So it was both a cultural category, a social practice, a misrecognized racial understanding, that is that Tahitians are by definition more androgynous than men and women in Europe, sort of multiple functions and multiple roles for Gauguin, but it certainly characterizes a number of his works, and it makes them unusual for that.
Obrigada, Stephen, pela resposta, e eu gostaria então de passar a palavra para a Norma e a Abigail, repetir um pouco a pergunta sobre como essas imagens etnográficas que chegaram até o Gogan, influenciaram o trabalho dele, ajudaram, né, a desafiar de alguma maneira essas ideias binárias, né, de feminino e masculino.
May I speak? Yeah. Can I speak?
Sim, por favor.
I don't think these ethnological representations were part of this vast photographic archive that Gauguin brought with him. I don't think the illustrations of the initial voyages, Cook, Bougainville, Wallace, was in any part an element in his, how shall I say, his mental repertoire of imagery of South Sea Islanders. I think the imagery that he carried with him to the South Seas were photographs that he had acquired in Paris, photographs from the works that he saw in the Universal Exhibition, but I haven't seen any indication that his visual archive included any of these ethnographic or encounter voyage images.
And I would agree with that. I showed evidence in my talk of his responsiveness to contemporary photographs in some of his works, but and he was surely aware of the images that came out of the Universal Exposition, but those were not the images that went with him that he drew upon for his art. To what extent those images challenged notions of masculine and feminine difference, hugely, I would think, whether or not he concentrated on them. But one of your questioners also asked about the way in which his relationship with his grandmother and his knowledge of her work would have affected his views of masculine and feminine difference. Of course, he never met his grandmother. She died before he was born, but we have ample evidence that her ways of thinking and accomplishments had an impact on the household in which he grew up. And he was very much aware of her books, always anxious to have them at hand or know where they were, and even took some pages that he transcribed from one of her books about the horrors of prostitution as they existed earlier in the century in England. He transcribed those pages, and we have reason to believe that he had them with him when he went to Polynesia.
Of course, he patronized prostitutes all the time in France and in Tahiti. So whatever his problems with prostitution, it didn't seem to produce any difficulty in his, how shall I say, in his taking advantage of their availability.
Mhm.
Question of prostitution in Tahiti is a more complicated one, though. I don't know about his sexual practices in Paris in terms of prostitutes. But
there were whorehouses in Papeete, which we know he regularly patronized. And Titi, his first girlfriend, if we want to call it that,
right.
came from a brothel in Papeete.
Yes.
Mhm.
Most of the women that he saw, well, at least that he describes in his diaries, weren't prostitutes.
He says. So
Titi.
he writes.
What's that? So he is.
Writes.
Well, we're all relying upon his diaries and journals for almost everything.
That's a big problem for me. That is an
well,
enormous,
indeed.
and that's why I Paul de Man, because Paul de Man tells us that the autobiographical I should not be taken as a kind of transparency to the life.
Yes, but what is it that you're relying upon then?
Well, there are his patronage of whorehouses, that is documented, that I know. TT, we know, came from a brothel, that we know. In France, it was, absolutely standard operating procedure for men to go to whorehouses. No reason to think that Gogan did not equally avail himself of, yeah. Where did he get syphilis? He didn't get it from his wife.
Well, yes, indeed. Gogan was not all good and he was not all bad. And certainly he could have been afflicted with the European addiction to prostitution. But this would not change the fact that he was self-consciously beset by the social issues that prostitution created, both in Europe and in Tahiti. And he wrote about those at great length. He was conflicted, yes. So what does that prove?
I don't think it proves anything, but I'm saying it's one thing to write about how prostitution is another one of the evils of European civilization, and another thing to avail oneself of the availability of prostitutes, which was an absolute given for a French man, whether he was at home or in the colonies.
And there is a contradiction embedded in that if one feels that any human being's life and actions, thoughts and words have to be completely consistent.
That's why I suggested that the problem of Richard Wagner is analogous. Richard Wagner is not a very sympathetic person, but that does not mean one doesn't necessarily love his work. I think this idea of trying to salvage Gogan, to make him not as awful as he might appear to be, is linked to the very notion that the individual artist, as the individual person, is someone that has to be taken account of in a way that justifies the relationship one has with the work.
Well, part of the challenge is that Gogan is one of those figures, as I mentioned at the end of my paper, one of those figures for whom the possibility of distinguishing between the life and the art has become very difficult. And indeed, it could be said in a global sense that the art and the life are the same thing, that the life was a kind of performance and the art is a documentation of that performance. there are lots of other examples in the late 19th century where artists' words and images cross back and forth between one another. Van Gogh would be a good case in point also. So when we're looking at those artworks, we're constantly asking ourselves, we're making the translation into a life. And then we're looking at the life, we're making the translation into the art. So it's a very challenging, distinguishing move to make. We're all repeating, you, Abigail, Norma, and I are repeating the same error, if you will, that Dumont is apparently describing at the end of the text that you cite. And I ended my talk saying the same thing. That is that this art called for this particular life just as much as this life called for this particular art. It's impossible to hierarchize one versus the other. So I acknowledge the point that you're making, Abigail, and I think Norma Browdy and I, and you, I think, agree that this was not a moral life lived, but it was a complex and contradictory life, as so many of ours are, and that the art manifests the same set of, if you will, contradictions or failures as we see in the life.
But in the literature that I've read, you know, from Elizabeth Child's biography to many of the texts that have appeared, you know, since 2007, I have this sense that there's an intention to somehow salvage Gogan, to rescue Gogan from an indictment that has been made about his behavior, you know, his, let's call it pedophilia, his abandonment of family, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All those aspects of his, you know, not very, how shall I say, and not very exemplary life requires some kind of rescue. If one says that he's misogynist, that he's sexist, no, we have to show him that he's really androgynous, that he's a liminal figure, that he isn't endorsing a binarism between male and female. All of that seems to me about a kind of rescue operation, whereas the art itself does not require rescue. Either you say, this is major art, it speaks for itself. After all, Picasso was a total shit, but does that make Picasso's art less valuable or less privileged?
Well, the question is more whether the art manifests visually those same blindnesses that you're describing in the life. Is his art masculinist?
It is the work of invention.
Sorry?
The work of art is a work of imaginative production.
Yes, but it also exists.
It draws on a cultural context, which, as it happens to be, is a context of colonialism, is a context of masculine fantasies of possession and knowledge. Those are the givens. You can't escape those givens, but you have to evaluate or determine the value of the work in terms of the work itself, not whether it was a nice artist or a nasty artist. That isn't the issue.
But are you saying that the artist's life experiences have no impact on what and how he paints? Can you really separate the life and the art so entirely? I mean, I think that what we should be calling for here is fully contextualizing both the life and the art, so that we don't go to flattened extremes in the way
it has been contextualized. It has been massively contextualized. This is why I don't understand the sense that Gogan needs to be rescued from his implication in his times, in his culture, in his sex.
He doesn't have to be, he does not have to be rescued. He has to be seen within the full complexity of his life and experience and thought, not rescued.
And here's what
that hasn't been adequately done.
If it had been adequate, yes, I'm sorry, Stephen, please.
No. Abigail, I'm surprised now because you seem to be describing a modernist reading of Gogan, where the meanings of his art, the social meanings of his art, the gender meaning of his art are insignificant. Works of art do have meanings. They do manifest hierarchies of one kind or another. And on the one hand, you seem to say that these are things that are so troubling with Gogan, at least in his life, that they are ought to be condemned, but they're somehow invisible in the art. We think that they are visible in the art, and they ought to be described.
Are visible in the art. Indeed, I do think there are things that are visible in the art.
Right.
But that is not saying the same thing as either a formalist reading by which everything that has to do with the individual artist is ruled out of court. We only care about the work.
Right.
I mean, that is formalism. We look at the work in terms of the work. Or, you know, as a social historian, you situate the work within a particular context, you know, that is political, social, etc., etc. Okay, you read the work in terms of what kind of meanings it's producing for the contemporary viewer, for the historic viewer, but that doesn't mean that in the case of whether it's Picasso, whether it's Gauguin, you want to say the art is out of court because the artist who did it is like a mauvais type, nor does it mean you can separate the art and say it doesn't matter if the artist is a mauvais type. The difficulty is that these things are imbricated.
Yes.
But given that Gogan has had, to understate, not the slightest loss of popular, how shall I say, of popularity, no matter what any critical feminist said, I don't understand where comes this necessity to rescue him from the very ideologies of his own time and place.
Well, there's an absent interlocutor here because I don't think either Norma or I are doing that. We're trying to describe the works in some ways and to see the various manifest and latent elements in the work, the representations from imperial authority, those elements that are critical of that authority, elements in which the transgender themes are highlighted, those in which clearly masculinist ones are dominant. All those things are present in the art, and that's what we're trying to describe.
Very problematic because, as you probably know, Margaret Jolly, who specializes in Polynesian culture, in specifically Tahitian culture, has pretty much demolished the notion of Gogan as a mahu, as a liminal sexual figure. This is something that is also my idea of a kind of special pleading.
I disagree with that interpretation, but that's, again, she's not here, so I can't present it.
Infelizmente, eu detesto ser essa pessoa que vai ter que cortar a discussão, mas eu agradeço demais as apresentações e os debates. Eu acho que se a gente continua, enfim, a gente pode continuar essa mesa, temos uma próxima mesa e acho que é um debate que precisa ser continuado, né? E como nós já passamos um pouco do tempo, né, nós teríamos a próxima mesa às 4h30, passamos aí alguns minutos, eu vou ter que, infelizmente, encerrar e peço desculpas para os convidados por cortar a discussão no meio, e eu espero que a gente possa depois debater isso na próxima mesa que a gente vai ter agora, que quem vai apresentar é o Fernando Oliva. Eu vou chamar ele aqui e queria de novo agradecer o Stephen Eisenman, Norma Braud e a Abigail Solomon Godot pelas apresentações e ao público por assistir. Obrigada.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Boa tarde. Obrigado por vocês estarem acompanhando o debate. Parabéns aos integrantes dessa mesa, incrível. Espero que vocês possam continuar nos acompanhando aqui e participar do debate ao final dessa mesa. Bem, meu nome é Fernando Oliva, eu faço parte da equipe de curadoria do Masp e eu vou mediar essa que é a terceira e última mesa do seminário Gogan, o Outro e Eu. Nessa mesa teremos a participação da Heather Waldrop, Caroline Verkel e Tamar Garb. Vou convidar primeiramente a Heather a fazer a sua apresentação. A sua mesa se chama A Reapropriação de Gogan, Histórias Materiais e o Pacífico Contemporâneo. Heather Waldrop é diretora associada do Honors College, professora de História da Arte na Appalachian State University, em Boone, Carolina do Norte, Estados Unidos. Suas pesquisas sobre Gogan foram publicadas em Journeys, the International Journal of Travel and Travel Writing, no International Journal of Heritage Studies, e em O Desafio de Gogan, Novas Perspectivas segundo o Pós-Modernismo. Ela atuou como palestrante com foco em Gogan no navio de cruzeiro Aranui III e foi consultora da exposição Gogan e a Polinésia, Um Paraíso Enganoso, 2012. Suas pesquisas na área de fotografia foram publicadas em Fotografias, Cadernos de História do Pacífico, Modernismo e Modernidade, História da Fotografia, Fotografia e Cultura, e Mudando a Perspectiva, Fotografia Colonial Australiana, entre outras publicações. Ela também foi curadora de exposições fotográficas e de arte do Pacífico. Então, por favor, Heather, a sua fala, nós temos 20 minutos. Obrigado.
Wonderful. Okay. Hopefully everyone can see my slides. Good afternoon. My name is Heather Waldrop. I use she, her pronouns. I join you today from the ancestral homelands of the Cherokee, Monoton, and Yuchi people, now known as Boone, North Carolina, in the United States. I'm honored to have been invited to present at this symposium, and especially I'm grateful for the opportunity to present aside scholars whose work I have admired for many years. I also wish to thank our translators who have made these presentations so widely accessible. The title of my talk today is Repossessing Gogan, Material Histories in the Contemporary Pacific. I am haunted by Paul Gauguin. I have written about him for many years. I have gone to his grave. I have visited his bones. Whenever I think I'm done with him, he reappears. He continually challenges me to rethink what I've already thought about him. In all of my writing about Gogan, I was especially honored to be included in the 2018 publication, Gogan's Challenge, New Perspectives After Postmodernism. In my contribution, I drew on an essay by historian Greg Denning called Possessing Tahiti. Denning uses the metaphor of possession as a way of thinking about encounters between Indigenous subjects and Europeans in the Pacific. As Denning notes, moments of encounter were, and of course continue to be, translated by the agents who experienced them into artifacts, linguistic, material, and cultural. Through words and images, through works of art and works of literature, Indigenous and colonial subjects made sense of the often unintelligible, incomprehensible situations in which they found themselves. Acts of translation went in both directions. Europeans were and are not the only ones doing the representing. As Denning writes, quote, they each made cargo of the things they collected from one another, put their cargo in their respective museums, and remade the things they collected into new cultural artifacts. My 2018 essay drew on Denning's ideas to consider how we might begin to grapple with Gogan as both colonial legacy and contemporary inhabitant of the Pacific. At the very least, his bones, so far as we know, are still there. In that essay, I suggested that we take a material turn in our approach to Gogan, that we consider both Gogan himself and the works he created as cargo, things that have traveled from the past and continue to circulate in the present. Denning's essay gives us a framework for thinking about Gogan's legacy in the Pacific. Like any foreign object found washed up on the beach, Gogan and his works of art are mysterious, confounding, and not necessarily always desired. Taking things further, I compared Gogan's work to two contemporary feminist artists, Native Hawaiian artist Adrienne Powell, shown here on the right, and Deborah Drexler, a white artist currently working in Hawaii, to consider the ways his legacy continues to impact contemporary art production. While Powell does not specifically reference Gogan in her Hawaiian cover-up series, she does foreground the indigenous female body, in this case, her own body, to comment on the sexualized representation of indigenous women and the conflation of the indigenous body, particularly the feminized body, with landscape and nature. Miley Arvin has written that Powell's works are powerful responses to the hegemony of whiteness and Pacific colonialism, and to the violence enacted upon the indigenous female body by the white male gaze. In this way, Powell's work is an active decolonial statement in response to the history of representations of the Pacific, of which Gogan has been and continues to be a central figure. Drexler's multimedia installation, Gogan Zombie, shown here on the left, engages the artist more directly, offering a powerful critique of Gogan's hypermasculine romantic narrative of the white man in the tropics. In one work from the installation, Old Habits, Drexler recreates Maneo Tupapau with the female figure in lingerie. The raven from Nevermore watches over the scene, along with the Tupapau from the original work. In spite of Gogan's own propensity for celebratory self-portraiture, he appears here fully nude, his body hairless and slightly paunchy, holding his detached penis in his hand. In satirizing Gogan's reputation as a womanizer and emasculating him, Drexler rescinds the male gaze and repossesses the myth of the white male hero. Ultimately, in my essay for Gogan's challenge, I posed the question, why are we still talking about Gogan? My answer at the time was, because the conversation isn't finished. I still stand by that sentiment, and yet much has happened in the years since I published that essay. Over a year after Gogan's challenge was published, I opened the New York Times app one morning to find this headline, "Is it time Gogan got canceled?" Although the relationship to my article was certainly arbitrary, I was both intrigued and admittedly a bit concerned. Would Gogan go away entirely? And if so, what would that mean? In her essay, journalist Farah Nayeri notes the way recent exhibitions of Gogan, particularly the 2019 exhibition Gogan Portraits at the National Gallery in London, have reframed his work. Nayeri explains, quote, "In an age of heightened public sensitivity to issues of gender, race, and colonialism, museums are having to reassess Gogan's legacy." The curators and other arts professionals interviewed for the piece called for greater transparency and less romanticization and whitewashing of Gogan's history. While Nayeri does not fully respond to the question posed in the headline, she does quote the Danish curator Lena Peterson, who says, quote, "Maybe the time is right to take off more layers than before." So is it indeed time to cancel Gogan? Shall we once and for all push the cargo back into the ocean? The discipline of art history has undergone momentous changes since its founding in the 19th century. In particular, the movement towards a social history of art from scholars including Michael Baxendale, the visual culture turn, and most recently, the movement to decolonize the discipline and do the work of anti-racism have all compelled us to take new, hard looks at Gogan. I don't believe we can decolonize Gogan, that is, we can't separate him from his colonial entanglements. I also don't believe that we can fully rid ourselves of him. His legacy is just too prevalent and too embedded in popular culture. As we are aware, colonial discourse manifests powerfully in the mundane and the everyday. Canceling Gogan will only further obfuscate his role in colonial histories and their contemporary articulations. And of course, Norma's eloquent paper this morning suggests the many additional reasons that we should not cancel Gogan. However, we can certainly shift our perspectives on the artist and become more transparent about his problematic history. So I am admittedly not ready to cancel Gogan. But the question I pose today in a shift of metaphor is, if we do peel off those additional layers, what might we find at the center? What kind of cargo will remain? Today, I propose to perform this act of unpeeling through the exploration of two potential paths that might begin to transform our considerations of the artist. First, I'll address Gauguin's relationship to photography. Next, I'll consider his geographic location, and especially what it might mean to take Gauguin out of the colonial metropole of Europe. While both of these relationships have been explored, there's room for additional conversation. And certainly, both avenues offer rich possibilities for continuing to think about the complex relationships between people, places, and things that Gauguin provides us. So let's start with photography. Photographs are, of course, cargo of a very particular sort. They operate as conduits for colonial discourse and can be agents of anti-colonial resistance, and sometimes are both of these things at the same time. I've written previously about photographs as material objects influenced by the work of Elizabeth Edwards, and additionally about photographs as layered objects. Depending on the technology of the photograph, the layers of paper, medium, and light-sensitive salts might remain entirely separate, or they might bleed through to one another. As photographs age, the layers may begin to decay or shift or even peel apart. In this way, photographs offer an especially intriguing option for examining the layers of Gogan, of considering what might lie underneath, and of the way these layers do not always remain neatly separate. As Roland Barthes reminds us, photographs are also haunted objects that return to haunt us in the present, replicating indefinitely. They are at once immediate and timeless. We might consider the way photographs and Gogan haunt one another. The juxtaposition of these two examples invites consideration of the many ways in which Gogan engaged photography. On the far left, Gogan without pants, playing the harmonium on a fur rug, is ridiculous. The print, apparently made from a glass negative from which the emulsion has begun to flake away, also reveals his raw and complex sense of humor. Embedded in this photograph is perhaps everything that is problematic and everything that is compelling about Paul Gauguin. Those of us presenting today, many of whom have spent months, if not years, of our lives reading, writing, and thinking about Gauguin, dwell with the multi-layered being who is this artist. On the other hand, Tohotawa stares out at us with her powerful and dignified gaze. Of course, this photograph was a source for a Gogan painting, but it's also actually this specific photograph, seeing her and wanting to know more about her, that led me to write my original thesis on Gogan, now 25 years ago. The punctum for me has become many years of my own career. I'd also like to address this photograph. Many of you may recognize it as it has been For some reason, I'm hearing the translation. I'm not sure why. I'd also like to address this photograph. Many of you may recognize it as it has been reproduced in various texts with a caption suggesting that is a, quote, photograph of Teha Mana. Teha Amana is, of course, one of several young women with whom Gogan was involved during his stay in Tahiti. As I have noted in an earlier essay, through the processes of misattribution, followed by reproduction and replication, the photograph, likely not of Teha Amana, has nevertheless been widely accepted as representing her. In addition to the young woman herself, the photograph potentially indexes Gogan as predator, given that the woman in the photograph is indeed young and presented as innocent. The photograph reminds us of a school picture. While the photograph is likely not of Teha Amana, both the photograph and the young woman it represents, whomever she is, have nevertheless led multiple and complex social lives. Through reproduction, particularly through the authoritative vehicle of the scholarly publication, the original misattribution became the authoritative history of the photograph, erasing other alternative histories. And while the attribution is incorrect, the continued replication of this misattribution does point to a desire for a photograph of Teha Amana, for an index of her existence outside of her relationship with an older French painter. This desire has thus far been unmet, as far as I am aware, and yet we might take things further to consider what we do know and what also we might imagine about Teha Amana. Elizabeth Childs has written at length about Gauguin's relationship to photography, particularly his use of photographs as sources for his own work. Most recently, in an essay for the Gauguin Portraits Catalog of 2019, shown here on the left, Childs notes, but does not reproduce, the existence of an 1897 photograph of a young woman in the Museu de Tahiti labeled Teha Amana, but goes on to note that, quote, there were surely many women named Teha Amana in that era. Of the many important aspects of Childs' scholarship on Gauguin, she especially offers a close attention to the historical record, an ability to read this record from multiple perspectives, and an engagement with archives across multiple continents and languages to provide one of the deepest understandings we have of the artist himself, as well as the other subjects with whom he engaged. Regarding Gauguin's painted portraits of Teha Amana, as she has done previously, Childs recounts what is known of Teha Amana's history and thus acknowledges her agency, while at the same time noting the, quote, clear power dynamic and subordination of Teha Amana to a situation of unequal resources and cultural power in a colonial setting. Childs writes ultimately, quote, in the absence of any firm historical record, a more compelling understanding of her life must remain speculative. Nevertheless, that the photograph she references in the museum collection dates to several years after Teha Amana's relationship with the artist, suggests the potential for access to her life after Gauguin. I was additionally haunted by the reminder in Childs' biographical sketch of Teha Amana, which draws largely on McDanielson's account, that Teha Amana likely died of influenza in that earlier pandemic of a century ago. Even without a known photograph of her, we do have fleeting glimpses of her history and most notably of her agency. One of the most wonderful and extraordinary speculations on Teha Amana comes from the late Teresia Teoa in an essay entitled Reading Gauguin's Noa Noa with Hauofa's Nederends. Teoa imagines that Teha Amana has moved to Fiji with her husband and son and runs a dance review at a tourist hotel, later becoming an activist against militarism. In Teoa's delightful rewritten history for Teha Amana, her encounter with Gauguin becomes only one moment in a richly imagined activist life. In the absence of a known photograph of this young woman, Teoa's portrait of her, from a Pacific perspective, gives new layers to the young woman's life that are impacted but not defined by her relationship with Gauguin. In the absence of a photograph, we have instead a performative reimagining of her life and history. My next area of exploration involves the role of place and location in studies of Gauguin. As a hiker, I am continually concerned with geolocation. I have an app on my phone that tells me exactly where I am at all times, and specifically where I am in relationship to other places and things. Unlike my own need to be clearly delineated in place, I would like to reposition Gauguin, and specifically to take him out of Europe. For the purposes of this seminar, I'm excited by the opportunity to position him in the global South, a place in which we are all, for today, connected, if virtually. Gauguin's connections with Latin American art, history, and culture have been underexplored in scholarship. Similarly, as I and others have noted previously, the archive on Gauguin is both broad and deep, containing texts produced over now nearly 150 years since he first began creating, and across multiple continents. Yet the scholarship on Gauguin too often draws on a single language, often the language of the researcher, and certain texts are continually cited, while others are ignored or minimized. Gauguin considers himself multinational, his legacy is as well, and the scholarship on the artist needs to reflect this cross-cultural examination. I look forward to seeing the way this symposium and next year's exhibition address these gaps and consider Gogan from a more planetary perspective. I'm additionally intrigued by the title of this symposium and the opportunities it presents to explore connections between subjectivity and place. Who is the I and who is the other in relationship to Gogan? I immediately thought of Johannes Fabian's book, Time and the Other, first published in 1983. Of course, the problem with the binary concept of otherness is that it assumes the self as a straight, white, cis male. As Fabian argues, this binary produced a denial of coevalness between colonizers and colonized. Fabian peeled away the layers of the primitivizing and colonialist gazes of anthropology, and much has been made of these problematics in Gogan's work as well. I'm therefore intrigued by the reconceptualization of Gogan within a triad, in which the self and the other are intentionally ambiguous. By positioning him this way, we have the potential for an exciting new model for examining the multiple subjects' positions and locations in Gogan's original production and in the contemporary circulation of his work. Perhaps then, we might shift the conversation even further away from Gogan, centering indigenous voices and imagery, not only as responses to the history of representations, but as objects rooted in indigenous modes of representation. We might never be free from colonial cargo, including Paul Gauguin, and of course, as Norma Rowan reminded us, we might not wish to. Yet by centering Gogan, decentering Gogan from the study of Gogan, by considering the layered histories and geographies that Gogan's work presents, by examining all the archives available to us, written, oral, and photographic, and perhaps discovering some new ones, we can continue to peel away the layers until something new exists. I don't yet know what that new thing will look like, but I'm excited by what lies ahead. Thank you.
Muito obrigado por sua fala, Heather. Vamos dar seguimento aqui à nossa terceira mesa do seminário com a fala da Caroline Vercoe. Eu sou o meu outro, eu sou eu mesmo. Encontros com Gogan na Polinésia. Caroline Vercoe é palestrante sênior em História da Arte na Universidade de Auckland, Nova Zelândia. Ela é a primeira mulher originária da região do Pacífico a obter o grau de doutorado em História da Arte pela Universidade de Auckland. Ela é especialista em arte do Pacífico e artes performáticas contemporâneas, com interesse especial em questões de raça, gênero e representação, e tem ensinado, realizado curadorias e pesquisado. Bibliografias Oxford, 2013, e Esculturas de um Dia. Passo a palavra agora, por favor, para a Caroline Vercoe.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa and talofa lava, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present my research and be part of this prestigious community of scholars. And my paper, I hope, will complement Heather's presentation. It explores the ways that Pacific contemporary artists have responded to Gogan's art, life, and legacy. It considers why Gogan. Can you see my share? Can you see, am I shared? No, okay, sorry about that. Is it a full screen? Yeah, good. Sorry about that. It considers why Gogan is such an enduring point of reference for Indigenous Pacific contemporary artists. So let's briefly set the scene in relation to Gogan's claims to fame and infamy. Gogan, the most traveled European artist of the 19th century. Gogan, whose mercurial character has placed him into some of the arguably most volatile moments of 19th century art history, from his fraught and ill-fated relationship with Van Gogh in Arles, his ambivalent position within post-impressionist and symbolist circles, to his death in the Marquesas. Gogan, the bad man who left his wife and young children in Europe to selfishly aspire to be a great artist in the South Seas. Gogan, the bohemian bombastic character whose cultural appropriations span the globe and who mined a myriad of diverse religious symbols and tropes. Gogan, the promiscuous syphilitic predator with a taste for exotic young adolescent women. Titi, Te Ha'amana, Pahura, Waiahu, Ana the Javanese. Gogan, whose outrageous, bawdy, erotic carvings adorned his house of pleasures in the Marquesas. Gogan fighting for his Marquesan neighbours against the Catholic Church, the local council, imploring them not to go to church. Gogan, the Peruvian savage who was so impressed by Buffalo Bill, his Wild West shows, and his cowboy hats that on a seaside visit he wrote to a friend, "I have cut some arrows to amuse myself on the sands by shooting them, just like Buffalo Bill." Gogan, descendant of the utopian socialist feminist anarchist Flora Tristan. Gogan, the devoted father to his favourite daughter Aline, named after his mother, who on hearing news of her death in a particularly harsh letter from Met, took arsenic and retired to the mountains of Tahiti to his fate. As we know, he didn't take enough and returned to paint his now iconic Where Are We Going masterpiece, impoverished as he was, on rough, heavy sackcloth. Gogan, the well-read and prolific writer, who it would seem, despite being urged by friends in Europe to stay in the Marquesas and die there, true to his savage aspirations, was in fact planning a return back to Paris, or was it Spain? After all, he was only in his 50s. He has come to represent a particular tropes for feminist, art historical, queer, and cultural theorists. So too, in the Pacific, artists have developed a range of concerns relating to gender and identity politics, colonialism, decolonialism, post-colonial critique, coalescing around the figure of Gogan. Gogan did not need to go to the Pacific to engage in an exploration of self and other. Arguably, he always saw the other in himself. His writing and art demonstrates an engagement with alterity that is personal, subjective, and contingent. "I am savage," he would state, though disappointingly for him, in a place where there weren't or were no longer any more savages. Indeed, perhaps there never were any savages as he imagined them, for like the noble savage and the dusky maiden, these are tropes of the Western imagination. His interrogation of binary states of innocence and experience, self and other, along with his engagement with colonial stereotypes, dusky maiden, noble savage, the primitive civilized, have provided rich points of departure for artists in the Pacific. I am interested in the ways that artists like Gogan, practices, bodies of work have been framed, curated, read and reread, and looked at across time and place. I would like to suggest that increasingly the contested field of representation is witnessing a turn from the right to represent to the right to look. Māori Indigenous and decolonial scholar Linda Tuhiwai-Smith has explained that while imperialism may have framed colonial representations of Indigenous experience, it does not need to define them. Her insight applies to a range of experiences, practices, and hegemonies of representation. Art and visual culture, pasts and presents, their connections and intersections, provide rich points of departure to explore and interrogate these possibilities. So focusing on a range of examples, I'm going to try to demonstrate a diverse number of ways that Pacific artists have responded to Gogan, the artist and the man, and attempt to unpack his enduring place as what could be described as a pain point or provocation, and to consider why he seems to remain so central a figure within debates, often ambivalent and polemical today, even though he died 119 years ago. Gogan and cancel culture. I would like to suggest that the right to represent has turned to the right to look. This arguably presents more of a challenge to the existing and prevailing hegemonies, as it suggests a critical mass, community, and audience of looking, and cannot be controlled or subsumed into one system of representation or interpretation as easily. The right to look is a powerful thing, for it brings into being the right to assess, to critique, to imagine, and to remember. And it would seem in our 2.0 5G digital age, the right to judge. Also a two-way dynamic that is often stacked regardless of our delusion of digital democracy, ironically in favor of the prevailing order. And I was involved in some of the audio guides to the National Gallery portraiture exhibition, and was also became part of this discourse from someone called Jane Kelly, who promoted me to being a curator, as we can see. Gogan also today, recently, is part of this whole revisiting of moralistic and kind of value judgments. And I think it's also very interesting to see the relatively recent inclusion of Degas, because, you know, Gogan has been critiqued for many, many years in terms of his relationships with young women. Degas' representation also of very young girls as well. In the Pacific, we also see this being played out. But again, it would seem that these kinds of dynamics and challenges reflect continue to reflect a politics of inclusion and exclusion, because we can see here a false sense of entitlement to Tahitian, but they don't mention Marquesan narratives. And this was to writers in Tahiti that were critiquing artists in Aotearoa, New Zealand, for constantly being curated into shows that explore Gogan's legacy and not people in Tahiti and the Marquesas. But regardless of this, let us not forget that Gogan has also delivered to the French Polynesian tourist industry a remarkably lucrative and important economic resource. Gogan's paintings adorn Tahitian stamps, postcards, murals, his huge Paul Gauguin cruise ship, and of course the hostesses that work on them, the Goganese, I think with an E, also reflect another aspect of the way that Gogan's legacy lingers on today. While many have insisted that Gogan's paintings should be understood through a more nuanced lens that takes into consideration his writing, family connections, the status quo and privilege of his time, his paintings have actually fixed Pacific people, young women in particular, into a now timeless symbols of exotic sexualized adolescent tropes, given authenticity due to his life in the islands. New Zealand-based Samoan artist Tyler Vaiau's art engages with issues of representation. And like many New Zealand-born Pacific artists, it is informed by post-colonial and Indigenous engagements. Her photographic series, D and Dallas Do Gogan, features the artist's sisters and friends' face superimposed onto a number of Gogan paintings. The work's artifice is immediately apparent, and takes on the form of a kind of amusement cutout where visitors place their heads and have their photos taken within scenes. They are also a reminder that for the most part, Gogan's Polynesian subjects were real girls who sat for him, often were in a relationship with him. The images pose questions about these relationships. How might they have felt? What were the dynamics of their engagements? Unlike the vast majority of scholarly responses which do not pay that much attention to this, for artists like Vaiau, it plays a crucial role in her critique of Gogan. While these images have come to represent the trope of dusky maiden, noble savage, they are, for Vaiau, are a more personal engagement. And again, New Zealand Samoan artist Andy Leleisiowau's Mr. Gogan also continues this intertextual tradition, not as a self-representation this time, but a satirical encounter moment. Gogan becomes Barney Gumble, the town drunk from The Simpsons, being greeted by Lilo from the Disney movie Lilo and Stitch. There are a number of references in this seemingly very simple work that would actually resonate for Pacific audiences. We can see that this encounter takes place on a tin of pisupo, or canned high salt corned beef. Today, this is a valued exchange item. Exchange also being a subtext here for the transactional nature of many of Gogan's relationships in Tahiti and the Marquesas. It's also interesting to note that tin corned beef was apparently a regular on his list back to Europe, along with copious amounts of wine. Leleisiowau plays on this tradition. So we see Courbet's The Meeting, then Gogan's response to that, and now Leleisiowau's response to Gogan's encounter moment. Samoan New Zealand poet Selina Tusitala Marsh, her poem Guys Like Gogan really encapsulates this visceral disdain regarding Gogan's antics with young Polynesian women. Guys Like Gogan makes an explicit connection between Gogan's 19th century sensibilities and the 18th century writings of French explorer Louis Bougainville, who famously declared Tahiti to be New Cythera, or the new island of love, and compared young woman to the embodiment of Venus in the place marked the birthplace of the Aphrodite, Greek goddess of love. Not responding to Gogan, and quite possibly not even having been that aware of him, another New Zealand artist, Samoan artist, Serene Timotea, responds to Marsh's response to Gogan with her work, Close Your Eyes, You Rude Dude, a silk needlework work juxtaposed onto a Pacific kind of fake woven mat. It combats the problematic gaze of French artist Paul Gauguin, she says, upon young Tahitian women during his time in the Pacific. Another framing, deploying Gogan, geopolitics and militourism. As we have heard, Teresia Te Aiwa has written a very engaging essay that compares Gogan's Noa Noa with the Tongan writer and visionary Epeli Hauofas in the Netherlands. She has defined or coined this term militourism as a phenomenon by which military or paramilitary forces ensure the smooth running of a tourist industry, and that same tourist industry masks the military force behind it. From the 1980s, Paul Gauguin's paintings were being co-opted in Tahiti within the increasingly politicized and escalating protests relating to French nuclear testing. These culminated in riots in Papeete at the airport in 1995. Après Paul Gauguin, by Tahitian artist André Marere, appropriates and reworks Gauguin's To Tahitian Women. In his painting, though, the central figure stares directly at the viewer wearing a gas mask. The bowl of fruit held just beneath her breasts becomes the site of a nuclear explosion, sending up a mushroom of radiation towards her face. This fusion of Gauguin's female figures and nuclear testing highlights two issues that resonate for many in the Pacific. The figure on the right is holding not a flower, but a French banknote, suggesting the complicity of many Tahitians who enjoyed short-term economic benefits due to the wealth flooding into the island as a result of the development of the nuclear economy. US-based Samoan artist Dan Taulapapa McMullen has also made, this is an untitled work, that was inspired by a YouTube video that the artist saw of a troupe of French Polynesian military people in fatigues, still fixed in this role of entertaining or dancing, even though they're in their camouflage fatigues. And you can see he's referencing a Gogan painting in the foreground to kind of contextualize its place. Another artist who has drawn on the strategy of camouflage is the New Zealand Samoan artist, painter Graham Fletcher. He explores colour, pattern, form, and materiality. And what his practice involved in this Virgin series was blowing up different forms of Gauguin's figures and then covering them over with his then distinctive patterned camouflage. My painterly camouflage, he states, offers a woman a degree of anonymity and dignity that has hitherto been denied from them. New Zealand-based Cook Islands artist and curator, sadly now deceased, Jim Viviare's collage, 6 Tahitians, 2 in Leningrad, 4 in Tahiti, is composed of 2 images. One, a postcard of 4 Tahitians taken at the turn of the century, which was sent to him by a friend holidaying there. And the other, a work which Gogan painted in 1896, entitled Eaha o Hipa, Not Working. Originally conceived as a flippant and slightly humorous work, it has since created discussion and debate in relation to the representation and dissemination globally of Indigenous people and bodies by European artists, and also the tourist industry and global art market. Gogan's now iconic work, Where Do We Come From?, has inspired the Samoan artist Yuki Kihara, who created a series of 18 black and white images taking its name as her point of departure. Kihara takes the form of a 19th century colonial figure, part Victorian, part phantasm. She looks away from the viewer, surveying her surroundings, referencing postcard vistas of landscapes and natural beauties, not usually seen by tourists. This title, after Tsunami Ngaloafi in Lalomano, reframes this timeless tropical scene by reminding us that the devastating earthquake and tsunami took place there in 2009. Other works from the series reference the Mau headquarters, a really important Indigenous passive sovereignty movement, the Mau, critical to Samoa's eventually gaining independence in 1962. And here she is looking on at the Mau headquarters. Gogan and gender fluid queer bodies. And this term here in relation to Pasifika queer identities was coined by Whawhawhine writer called Felicia Acton Brown. And what it does is it brings together a range of Pasifika gender identities, diverse gender identities. And the last 2 artists that I'm going to look at today are both Samoan Whawhawhine artists. Returning to Dan McMullen, his practice is very research-based and identifies the mahu figure in Gogan's work after much research as a person. And you can see Hoane, who was mahu of the Marquesas. Like Tyler Vial, it's very, very important for Dan that he traces lineages in terms of the figures represented in Gogan's work. But unlike the vast majority of the Pacific artists that I've spoke to, Dan actually loves Gogan, loves his palette, and has no problem whatsoever with his life and legacy. His recent book comprises image text collages which highlight different queer Polynesian identities across the region. He juxtaposes historical texts in a range of languages that discuss or frame the mahu or whawhawhine figure. In the top right passage features a description from an early French explorer's book of the Hoke Kaiwa, who painted their faces white with coconut cream as a form potentially of cultural drag. McMullen suggests that Hoane may have been brought up in the customary Indigenous rituals of the mahu. He likens their role to that of healers and knowledge holders, and he is interestingly interested in the mythology of Gogan. So here we have the reference here of the sorcerer. Yuki Kihara, who we just were looking at, has created a number of works which in which she has worked with the Whawhawhine community in Samoa. And this, and I've got the little link there. There is a teaser of this on Vimeo called First Impressions, where she essentially presents a range of whawhawhine and whaatama paintings of Gogan, and then they respond to them in an often humorous, but certainly uninformed way in terms of knowledge of Gogan. So she's looking to kind of counter or reposition this gaze. I also wanted to acknowledge her much awaited exhibition that's going to be coming up at the Venice Biennale, Paradise Camp. Yuki Kihara was selected, the first Pasifika artist to be selected to represent New Zealand at the upcoming Venice Biennale. And she will be drawing on her work and practice, which continues this legacy of engagement with Paul Gauguin. So I've just got some closing remarks now. Enduring Gogan. Today, in our increasingly image-saturated cultures, art, arguably more than the textual archive, has the power to break through the often saturated, noisy environment and ecosystem of the internet. This is perhaps why certain artists and images, artists like Gogan, seem to have the capacity to cut through this noise, reappear, and appear across a broad range of discourses. Perhaps it because these works within the popular imagination and memory have come to represent loaded, powerful symbols and rich points of departure in our developing understanding of the agency of the gaze and our right to look. So when people suggest to me, as they've suggested to Heather, maybe we should just vanish Gogan, I'm very wary of this sentiment in practice, because I wonder if some of the reasons why Gogan keeps lingering and figuring in our mindsets across all these various exhibitions and debates, raising a number of polemical, controversial issues, is that many of these issues are still relevant today. It's very important that we in and of the Pacific are not left fixed by museums and gallery curatorial framings and marketing strategies to boost audiences by front-ending exotic controversy and innuendo. As representatives of a nostalgic past with little or no relevance in the global presence, and as a convenient backdrop to a somewhat flawed, heroic longing of the Western imagination. But as it has always been, a dynamic place that holds dear its ancestral lineages and connections, and actively engages with and activates them in the contemporary. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Caroline, parabéns pela sua fala. Vamos dar prosseguimento agora à mesa com a apresentação de Tamar Garb, Exotismo, Erotismo, Extrativismo, o eu de Gogan como imagem e origem. Tamar Garb é professora Durning Lawrence do Departamento de História da Arte da University College London, Reino Unido. Seus interesses de pesquisa se concentram em questões de gênero e sexualidade na arte europeia, assim como na arte
Am I ready to go? Fernando, you've stopped talking. Oh. Sorry, I can't hear anybody, so I'm just wondering, am I ready to go now, Fernando?
Eu estou terminando só de apresentar. Entre as publicações de Tamar Garb, A Face Pintada, Retratos de Mulheres na França. Em 2011, ela co-curou Gogan, criador de mitos, com Belinda Thompson, na Tate Modern, Londres. Seus projetos curatoriais recentes incluem Figuras e Ficções, Fotografia Contemporânea no Sul da África, Distância e Desejo, Encontros com o Arquivo Africano, e William Kentridge e Viviane Kurland, Uma Conversa em Letras e Linhas. Por favor, Tamar, muito obrigado.
Thank you so much, and thanks very much for inviting me to be part of this conversation. I'm coming at the end of a very long day. I'm not sure how much how many new perspectives I'm going to have to contribute, but I'm going to speak very, very informally around a number of the controversies that have been raised today, and particularly in relation to Gogan's construction of self as adumbrated in one particular self-portrait. And then I'm going to turn to look at the way in which his work has functioned as a resource for a number of contemporary artists. Luckily, not any of the contemporary artists that my colleagues have already discussed today, but thinking more about him as a resource that I think continues to be mined by a number of particularly male artists working around the globe on multiple continents. So I start with this self-portrait, and I'm going to think really with the category of self-portraiture, because it seems to me to be the site of the construction of the mythology that surrounds Gogan. I was aware in the previous discussion at the end of the last panel of the debates around biography, and my feeling is that the way one wants to think about subjectivity and selfhood as constructed in relation to Gogan really is a product of the work itself, rather than some kind of anterior set of narratives around the life lived, that we can use those resources like the paintings, the self-portraits, and indeed the writing that Gogan produced as a number of sites through which a narrative is constructed, through which a fantasy is adumbrated, through which a self is performed, you might say, with which we deal. It's a product of the work rather than anterior to the work. And this particular work strikes me as one that is particularly interesting in thinking about the mutability, the hybridity of the self, the binaries through which an idea of Gogan is constructed and through which multiple identifications are played out. And we can think with this picture as an object as well as a representation. Interestingly, when it was shown at the National Gallery Portraits exhibition, it was shown like this as a three-dimensional thing, an object with two sides, because of its rather extraordinary character as an object. In fact, it's a two-sided thing. On the one hand, you have the Gogan self-portrait with hat. On the other side, you have the portrait of William Mollard. So you have these that were done at the same time. You have Gogan working on an object from both sides and in two directions. So if you turn them around, you might think that you have here the staging of conventional late 19th century masculine portraiture. You have a man represented on the left with works that are associated with his identity, with his notion of his own self, with an image of himself that he wants to project. On the other hand, on the other side, you have this figure, a distillation really of an integrated self as a portrait might produce, with a sort of symbolist palette and background. So you have here this kind of strange inversion, you might say, of this upside down front and back construction of the image, which makes us think about the artifice of portraiture anyway, and the artifice of what it is to construct a self, to perform a self really in front of a mirror, as we're going to talk about on the left, or in relation to the canvas and in relation to the whole genre of self-portraiture. We're in, of course, the field of artifice here, in the field of making. Now, the William Mollard character, in case any of you are curious, he was a Swedish composer, and the Mollard family and the Gogan family were neighbors. People have written about why the one should be behind the other. Some arguments around the fact that Mollard had an adolescent daughter. Gogan's thought to have been made a pass of the daughter. We're not going to even go down there and to think about that. I want to think rather about this idea of inversion, about upside downness, and about front to backness, top and bottom, and the way in which these play in the field of representation. Because of course the self-portrait itself may look over here like it's all in place and it's the right side up, but it is itself a mirror image, in that whenever you have a self-portrait and you have an artist sitting in front of a mirror, what you have represented, of course, is something that is back to front. It's Gogan looking askance And what you might think is going on here is some kind of plotting of an internal fantasy, an internal set of dreams and associations which function in relation to that image behind him. It's almost as if the Manau Tupapau inverted image becomes a kind of thought bubble behind his head. It's the stuff of phantasms, it's the stuff of fantasy, it's the stuff of dreams. Everything simulacrum of representational artifice here in the mirror itself. Now, of course, when you look at it, you see also that the room in which the Manau Tupapau seems to be hanging is not in Tahiti at all. It's in Paris. We're here situated in Paris, in this attic room, and we have the sense that the situation is the emplacement of Gogan's fantasies of Tahiti for all his travels and for all his engagement with books and representations and photographs and people and the actual material engagement with that as a site is really a dream that is formulated and that comes from his situatedness as a French artist. That is who his audience is. When he's out there in Tahiti or in the Marquesas, he's imagining his audiences back in Paris. He's sending the work back to Paris. In fact, the self-portrait with the hat is produced at a time when he had shown Manau Tupapau in Paris and is thinking about his French market. Now, when you look at Spirit of the Dead watching, you see, of course, here the reclining nude. Let me see. That is absolutely central to Gogan's imagination and to Gogan's thinking. Of course, as we know, and many scholars have written about this, he went off to Tahiti, taking Manet's Olympia in a reproduction with him. He made a copy of it. You see, this is his copy of the Olympia over here below. And what's very interesting when you look at this juxtaposition, with this inversion, there you see where you see the mirror image, it's as if this reworking of the Olympia in Tahiti becomes a kind of literalization. Now we have the figure turned around like we have with the Olympia, but instead of the woman who is the serving woman, the Black woman in Paris, and there's been so much controversy about this painting and about the kinds of erasures and the kinds of silence around the figure of Laure, the servant in the Olympia. It's as if that figure now gets taken over by the Spirit of the Dead watching, who is positioned there behind the figure. And indeed, an interesting dynamic becomes set up between Gogan himself, sitting with his hat on like a halo in some of those religious portraits, and being looked at, or in a sense, there's a kind of circularity of an engagement of the direction of potential gazers between the Spirit of the Dead watching and Gogan himself, as it's understood here. So it seems to me that the self-portrait helps to dramatize quite a lot about what's going on in terms of Gogan's situatedness, in terms of his origins in Paris and his orientation to the market in Paris, his letters home, his letters to his wife. And this is where the concept of extractivism, I think, is one that we might also want to think with. There's been so much literature around eroticism and exoticism in relation to Gogan, but not really that much in relation to the geopolitical concept of extractivism, where capital, where life, where energy, where resources, where commodities are extracted from spaces which are regarded as other and far away, and then become used and appropriated and repurposed. So in the same way as cotton or coconut or vanilla or coffee or sugar can be extracted from the colonies for circulation within a network of ports and systems and economies, so you might also want to think of what Gogan himself extracts from the communities, the cultures, the people, the women out there, and what kind of reciprocity is involved in this environment of extraction, appropriation, and borrowing. So it's interesting then to think about this painting and to think, I mean, so much, again, I'm not going to go into it about the ideas of dream and the ideas of sleep and the notions of passivity and the image of the brown woman and the kinds of sexualization of the woman. Again, the literature on this painting is really, really huge. Rather, I think it's interesting to think about it in relation to the self-portrait and what happens when you have this kind of inversion, and where the figure then becomes, as I say, is seen as a kind of figment, as a kind of fantasy of the artist whose origin and whose home remains very much Paris bound. Of course, again, this idea of the pervasiveness of the brown body as a literary topos, as a trope of gracious kindness, of feminine bounty, of female availability, of willingness, of passivity, of sexuality, indeed also to be extracted. These are also topics which scholars around Gogan have spent so much time thinking about. The debate about whether, you know, this is an image of a kind of primeval innocence untarnished by Western Christian notions of sin and the kinds of arguments that Peter Brooks made, or whether this is just a representation of a body about to be exploited and extracted, as someone like Abigail Solomon Godot or Griselda Pollock have written so persuasively about. What do we make of all of this? But in terms of the discussions we're having today, I think what becomes very interesting, and certainly in the papers of both of my colleagues, is what do you do, you know, with Gogan now? The politics of the representation of Gogan, as everybody has shown, you know, starting with Nochlin in the 70s and going through to those debates in the 80s and 90s and through the social history, you know, vividly articulated and much struggled over. But in a world post-Me Too and post-Black Lives Matter, these have become even more urgent. And I think it is a different moment to think with Gogan now than I think it was even in those very, very important and radical moments in the 70s and 80s, where the old modernist, formalist, autonomous Gogan was destabilized. So the politics of showing Gogan now can, as my colleagues have shown, trigger all kinds of responses. And this was something we already dealt with quite strongly when we were thinking about the Tate show that I did with Belinda Thompson in 2011. And what is it, and I think this is going to be the challenge for Brazil as well, what is it in multicultural London, in cosmopolitan London, in which questions and sensitivities around the exploitation of brown and black bodies in a system and in a culture which is systemically racist, and in art institutions which privilege white artists and which have particular kinds of still very, very canonical ways, and certainly in 2011, very canonical ways of mapping who is significant, who isn't it, who isn't it, and who isn't. What is it to show Gogan, and how can you deal with the complexity of this career, situated as we tried to do in relation to a whole number of myths and stories and fables and tales that coalesce around the subject called Gogan historically, but that nevertheless has traction in relation to a particular kind of representation of brown female bodies. And working with the marketing people showed us, Belinda and I, that no matter how we tried to complicate the story, this is what was going to happen. That on the tube and the underground in London, when the posters for the show came out, it was Nevermore that was emblazoned all over the subway. When the shop at the Tate wanted to do their merchandising, there wasn't some complicated, nuanced notion of Gogan's androgyny, of his fusion of his self with the other, of all the things that scholars talked about. The bottom line was that naked flesh and brown naked flesh, supine, passive, in a tropical paradise, it sold. And there was nothing we could do to complicate that, to offset that, and to destabilize that. So I do want to bring in that degree of reality, and I do want to think about what the responsibility of the scholar is, that we lend our labor to these ventures. And in the end, our labor is used to support and to reinforce ideas, ideologies, and systems with which we do not want to be identified. So one is constantly being put into this position. And so when it comes back to, I'm more and more wanting to cancel Gogan, actually, not because I don't think he's complex, but because I think that it is so overdetermined as a cultural phenomenon, as a cultural icon, that we are constantly going to be falling into the same kinds of racist and sexist traps whenever he's shown. So one of the ways we tried to get around this, and I don't know if we succeeded because marketing actually triumphs, was to constantly go back to the idea that what was being adumbrated in this representation of the supine, brown, passive female body was something that began and ended with Gogan's fantasy. And so self-portraiture and the way that self-portraiture helps to construct the artist and his own myth-making was fundamental. So in the first room of the show, we started with identity and self-mythology, and there we had the image of Gogan with Manatu Papau right there. That was the first picture you saw in the show, in order to make the point that this is a phantasm constructed in Paris, made for a Paris audience. And yes, he goes out to extract whatever he can and to live and to be and to fuse or whatever mythology he's making up about himself. But basically, this is a Paris. This is a fantasy that finds its origins in Paris. So in that room, we had all the self-portraits around the one wall. We had Manatu Papau in the bottom wall. And as you saw, we had Gogan's self-portrait with Manatu Papau as you came in. And that was what we wanted to set up. But, people will see what they want to see. And is it time? I've got this as an image that's come up already twice, so I'm not even going to dwell on it. But it's a question, I think, that's ongoing. The other thing we tried to do was at the heart of the exhibition, we had this display, which was really about context, which was about tourism, about empire, about literature, about kind of the colonial kitsch of the postcard industry, about porn, and the way in which the commodification of the Polynesian body worked in French culture at the time. And we hoped that through this kind of material culture heart to the exhibition, people would come in and out of the central room and then go back to the paintings and have some way of problematizing what it was they were seeing. So we tried to build a criticality into the show. And of course, this juxtaposition, I think, was for us absolutely fundamental. And I just wanted to think a little bit with you. There isn't much time, when you see the eyes, when you see Gogan's eyes here, and you imagine who's dreaming. We're often told that it's Manatu Papau who's dreaming. It's her dream. This is part of the definition and the description of the work. But of course, the dream is in Gogan's head. And it's very interesting when you look at the way in which he's constructed that image of the studio, that things have migrated from the painting. So that cloth that appears in the Manatu Papau also appears as a kind of piece of decorative adornment here. It's migrated into the space of the picture itself. The frame of the painting in yellow echoes the frame of the room, of the attic room, and all sorts of things around symbolism, around the saturation of color, around the decorative, around shape, around paradise and the tropics. All these things are powerfully evident in an image like this. And they are, as others have said, ideas that have been formed, the way in which Gogan himself has been used by subsequent artists. I won't go into these. I've added Irma Stern from South Africa as another figure, also coming in from that kind of primitivist fantasy, and the way in which Gogan has oddly and counterintuitively been used as an enabling force for certain women modernists of the 20th century has itself been covered and is very interesting. So what I want to do for my final section is to look, though, at the way in which Gogan still remains a resource for so many artists. And now I'm not looking at the critical vocabulary that Carolyn and Heather were talking about that come from Tahiti, from the Pacific, and those witty ways of playing with Gogan in order to create this kind of critical dialogue. I'm thinking of a number of artists, all men, some artists from, all over the world, from Michael Armitage from Kenya and Britain, Kehinde Wiley, African-American, Peter Doig, Scottish, who lives in the Caribbean, Guy Tillam, South African. So all over the world, there are artists who are engaging with Gogan's legacy and thinking with Gogan in ways that for them are very, very productive. So I wanted to end off by asking why. I don't have an answer, but I just wanted to look at a number of those artists with you to just show you the way in which Gogan continues to be this extraordinary resource. So look at Michael Armitage. As I say, there's a picture, there's a photograph of Armitage on the top right-hand corner of your screen. He is a Kenyan-born, dual national, British-Kenyan artist, very, very interested in a kind of decolonial and a post-colonial critical vocabulary to think about the role of painting now. This is a huge monumental painting, which is at its heart, you can see a banner on which there is a kind of Gogan-esque nude right at the center. But the scene that's being referenced over here referenced political protests that erupted in Nairobi after the contested Kenyan elections of 2017, and there was state-sponsored violence that caught in the crossfire a young 9-year-old girl who was perched on a balcony. And you see this figure over here, also an allusion to Manet, and to the acrobat in the Bar de Folies Bergère. So Armitage is very, very versed in and interested in European modernist painting, particularly of the late 19th and the early 20th centuries, and uses Gogan very much as a kind of formal source for so much of his work. I mean, there's the figure of the girl. Here's another one of Armitage's paintings in which he's, taken a river in Kenya, but he's interested in these particular dances. Are supposed to be dancing by Coco dance. It's a highly sexualized East African dance, but it's obvious to look where his compositional sources are coming from. So Armitage is one figure. Peter Doig is another figure. I mean, I won't have to go into that in detail, but Doig is a Scottish artist. He lives in Trinidad now. He went to the Caribbean as a child. He's gone back to live there. But in Scotland, he saw Gogan's Vision After the Sermon. He also talks about the Yellow Christ. These are the works that inform his painterly vocabulary, the way he thinks about color, the way he thinks about composition, the way he thinks about breaking up a surface. And so that's an ongoing engagement for someone like Doig. Then you take someone like Guy Tillam, South African photographer who's photographed all over the world, in Brazil as well. In fact, the book Second Nature juxtaposes Brazilian cityscapes with these landscape photographs based on his own journeys to French Polynesia. In fact, he went on a boat almost mirroring what it was to be a colonial French person coming into the harbor at Capete and then spent some while there living and thinking with what it was to create a landscape that registered the historical exoticization of this particular space and this landscape, but also played with it and with the problematics of that kind of, romanticized, exoticized image. And then finally, Kehinde Wiley, who many of you will know, who in a sense takes on Gogan. They're sort of parodies, you might say. They look like a kind of kitsch reenactment of Gogan paintings. So there's big painted constructions ostensibly exploring sexuality and androgyny, particularly Gogan's fascination with the Mahu community, which we've talked about quite a lot today, and this whole idea of third gender. So there is Kehinde Wiley, African-American painter who goes out, there you see the shoot that he's working over here with people who perform various poses drawn from Gogan's playbook. very, very self-consciously playing with that and playing with artifice, with the decorative, with the surface, with all the ideas, the formal ideas of saturation and decoration that we think about in relation to Gogan. So, you know, what's very interesting is then to think about what Gogan has come to mean. You know, here we are torn between the, as I was saying, the post-Me Too, the post-Black Lives Matter, the vexed legacy of Gogan, which goes right the way back through feminist and anti-racist political gestures, to this particular moment in which public life has really had to take on board those issues around sexual exploitation of women and around violence against people of color. And what is it to put on an exhibition at this moment, at the same time as acknowledging that Gogan continues to be this extraordinary resource, both for those critical practitioners that my colleagues talked about in Polynesia and in the Pacific, in the South Sea Islands, in Tahiti, but also for this whole cohort of artists from multiple geographies, you know, granted all men in the cases which I've been looking at, but who nevertheless return to Gogan. So I will leave that as a question at the end.
Muito obrigado, Tamar. Muito obrigado, parabéns pela sua apresentação. A primeira pergunta do público é justamente para você, aproveitando a sua fala. Por favor, poderia falar brevemente, explicar um pouco o conceito dos seus conhecidos ensaios Gogan and the Opacity of the Other e Gogan, Maker of Myth?
Oh, thank you for that. For those people who haven't read it, I wrote a piece in the Gogan catalogue on Gogan and the Opacity of the Other, in which I drew on the writing of Edouard Glissant and the concept of opacity from Edouard Glissant in order to think about Gogan. And I suppose what is interesting about that for me was that it was my moment, and this was written in 2010, 2011. I don't know whether I would write that essay now, because I think the moment has changed. But I think for then, at that moment, I was in dialogue with my dear friend, Abigail Solomon Goddeau, and with scholars like Griselda Pollock, who I, at that point, felt had locked us into a kind of impossible position, because there was really nothing one could say that was of interest in relation to Gogan, because of the way in which he had been so roundly condemned. And I don't disagree with them, actually. I've come round to them more now than I did then. But in 2011, I felt, and Glissant helped me to do this, because I read, besides Glissant's writing on opacity, and I read his book on Faulkner, on William Faulkner. And I thought, well, if this brown man from, can live with William Faulkner and his way of describing plantation culture, and see in Faulkner and South America, the American South, some brilliant way of critiquing, but seeing Faulkner as a commentator that we could live with in relation to the American South, then perhaps I could live with Gogan in a different kind of way. I could see something in Gogan. So Martinique was for me a very interesting thing to think with. There had been very little writing on Martinique. Most of the writing had been on Tahiti. And I tried to understand the way in which Gogan was kind of captured there by his own anxiety, as I used the words, out of his depth in alterity. And that came straight from Glissant. Out of his depth, didn't know what to do, hot, sick, in this febrile environment with snakes all over the place, because there's, it's full of snakes, and didn't know what he was doing. But out of that ignorance and out of that blindness came a new painterly language. And I suppose that was what interested me. In the same way with Faulkner, out of some bigotry, also came a new way of understanding what it was to describe the American South. So that was why, for me, Glisson helped me to think with Gogan and to find a way to live with those paintings. I don't know what others think, but I don't know now. I think now, for me, and I don't know whether Norma and Abigail are on this call, but I don't think now is the moment to salvage Gogan. I think we are living in a time of racial violence and sexual violence, which is so vivid and has become so extreme. I feel it's a complicated time now to stage a Gogan show. And I'm going to be really interested to see how, in the context of Brazil, with all of the racial politics that you have in Brazil, with all of the way in which culture is, appropriated by elites, and, I don't know how you're going to manage that. I'll be very interested to hear. And how you're going to bring local communities into the conversation to actually participate in the conversation. We have been a group of white scholars here today. How can this be? I don't blame you. I'm just saying this is what the world of art history is. So how are you going to manage that is what I want to know in São Paulo today, in a way that is going to be able to speak to to the racial violence that we all inhabit.
Obrigado, Tamar. Temos algumas questões do público, não temos muito tempo aqui para o debate, então temos que dar seguimento assim, para tentar colocar pelo menos algumas, né, que nos foram enviadas. É uma questão agora para a Caroline e também para a Heather. Como escapar da armadilha do passado nostálgico e do exotismo nas análises e representações contemporâneas de Gogan, em um mundo em que parece ir justamente nessa direção, como justamente a fala da Tamara lembrou em relação à exposição na National Gallery de Londres, né, que ficou dentro dessa armadilha do exotismo, né, de certa forma. Então, a pergunta é essa, para Heather e para Caroline: como tentar escapar da armadilha da nostalgia e do exotismo?
I just thought I'd note that I'm actually Samoan, Tamar. My mum's from Samoa, so I'm not white as such. Just saying, and I'm not sure what anyone else is. I mean, whiteness is a huge gloss.
Forgive me. Yeah.
No, that's fine. I think, and as that what is kind of missing in terms of a lot of our kind of understandings of Gogan is it seems this huge need to see it through a kind of a monocultural perspective that is quite Eurocentric, that just assumes that today whole cultures and histories can be still used as a kind of a palimpsest for the West to learn from its mistakes, for the West to be a better person, And I feel like there is a lot of value looking at some of which is why I was really excited actually to see that we were having a Gogan show in Brazil, because I think that a lot of the decolonial thinking of Walter Mignolo, for instance, actually emerges from the global South and engages with this idea of delinking. And sometimes, delinking is kind of not just trying to reinvent the wheel and change from within, but actually to be more radical and suggest a delinking from these different positionalities and to think about alternate ways, indigenous ways of approaching these different concerns, and also these different polemical issues. In saying that, though, it also seems with Gogan, that the link, like, do we want to delink, and what does that mean? Like the link is often what can become a very productive point of focus. But I mean, I always think, and this is certainly the case with a lot of artist practices, is it's very archival, and they are often looking for different ways within the portrait, within the, and I know we've run out of time, but I can give you an example. When I was young, there is a movie that was made in Samoa called Return to Paradise, and it starred Gary Cooper. And we did this, I was part of this Pacifica women's group, this had been in the late 80s, and we did a fundraiser at the Hollywood Cinema in Avondale. We showed Return to Paradise. All our mums, you know, all our family came because it was set in Samoa. We showed it at the cinema and no one listened to the plot. It was so noisy. And what people were doing was they were pointing out their relatives that were the extras in the background, going, oh, that's Auntie blah, blah. Oh, my goodness, ha, ha, ha. And like laughing at some of the really ridiculous, this is a picture of a basket, you know, these really ridiculous childlike ways in which the Pacific people were being framed. They didn't care, you know, they were looking for something else. And I think it is that capacity to think about doing that today that will actually create a really dynamic context. And Heather, you go.
Oh, I just loved hearing that story, Caroline. I think that I spoke to this somewhat in my talk about the idea of perhaps decentering Gogan from the study of Gogan. And I think also part of that is decentering whiteness. And I think Caroline's talk today was so wonderful, coming from specifically from an Indigenous scholar. And I especially hope that as the discipline of art history does become more diverse, as I know Caroline has graduates, Caroline is the first and hopefully, you know, not the only Indigenous scholar in New Zealand. I hope that we can have a more diverse population of scholars in art history writing about Gogan and curating exhibitions on Gogan. And as we bring these Indigenous artists and artists of color to the foreground and thinking about their relationships and, as Caroline rightly noted, their critiques of Gogan, I think there are ways to shift the conversation on Gogan.
Muito obrigado. Temos mais alguns minutos. Vocês gostariam de colocar questões entre si? Alguém tem uma pergunta de uma para outra?
I just really enjoyed the discussion. I thought we all complemented each other really well. Yeah.
I did want to ask. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Heather.
Tamara, I wanted to ask you briefly, I was really interested at the end when you talked about those artists outside of the Pacific who were referencing Gogan. And I wondered if you might speak a little bit more. I knew the Kahindi Wiley series, and I'm really interested in this idea of a queer Black painter referencing Gogan. I'm wondering if you might think about how, or speak a little bit to the way that is perhaps different than someone like Guy Tillam, who is a, you know, sort of white South African, as far as I know, kind of straight white guy who like has that sort of photojournalist masculine, like I sailed to Tahiti in my own boat kind of thing going on. I mean, I think there is a distinction there in their relationship to Gogan. I wondered if you might unpack that a little bit more.
You're right, but I'm loath to go down the biographical route because I think one should look at the work. And I think that, you know, it would be too easy to pin that onto Guy Tillam and to say, well, if you've got an African-American queer guy doing it, it's okay. And if you've got a white guy from South Africa, you know, that I think that one should, I actually really do believe that we should try to detach that kind of biographical information, and we should look at what's going on in the work. And in fact, when you look at that series that Tillam has done, which is very, very interesting, I think actually for Brazilians, it will be very interesting because, as I say, it is this juxtaposition of what it is to encounter a Brazilian city on the one hand, and what it is to encounter a mythic phantasm of, you know, a kind of overdetermined historical construction of the tropical paradise on the other. These are, you know, and when the Brazil functions as this kind of modern urban, you know, environment, and Tahiti functions as this kind of Polynesian fantasy. And in each case, because he's actually a brilliant photographer, he interrogates the terms of the representation of each of those kind of tropes. So, so I would say that I would want to look at the practice, and I would want to see whether there is something that the practice can give us that will teach us to see in a way that we hadn't seen before. And the art is what interests me. And so, so that's where I would go with that, I think. And even though I know that there would be a lot of criticism of Tillem for those biographical reasons, but I would want to resist that, I think.
Wonderful, thank you.
And in some, Armitage is very interesting too. I mean, the way that Armitage navigates Gogan constantly, and he's got quite a lot of flack for that as well. You know, what is he doing using Gogan now, and particularly also the way in which he uses the reclining figure, et cetera, but it's quite interesting to see what he actually does with someone like Gogan. And there, you know, there we have to have a proper intersectional approach, I think. Just the fact that he's a brown man, whatever, you know, or he's a straight man, or all these things, I would again want to put in parentheses.
Bem, chegamos aqui ao final do nosso dia de debates. Muito obrigado aos palestrantes dessa mesa, foi excelente. Obrigado a Tamar, a Heather e a Caroline, e muito obrigado a todos os participantes desse intenso dia de hoje. Iremos prosseguir, né, com próximos debates, a publicação do nosso livro sobre Gogan, em que muitas de vocês vão escrever, e também a exposição que acontecerá o ano que vem, e espero contar com a presença de vocês aqui em São Paulo.